We go ahead and get started. But before we start, let me just make a few remarks about public health measures that we have done before we begin. I'd like to remind everyone we are requiring all attendees at this meeting to wear a mask for public health purposes. The only time that we are not requiring a mask is if you have been acknowledged by the commission for speaking purposes. Generally, for purposes of today's oral presentation, this will apply to members of this commission, the commission staff, representatives from the city of Martinsville and Henry County, and their witnesses. A public hearing on Wednesday evening will allow for an opportunity for members of the public to speak. That's going to be held from 7 to 11. Is that here?
That's right.
And that will be in this room. Additionally, we encourage everyone to maintain appropriate physical distance between one another during the course of these proceedings. If you feel uncomfortable with any of the public health measures in this space in light of any concerns, please, you can access the proceedings online. You can see a number of folks have done that. And staff from the commission can provide you information on how to utilize that option if you need to. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order.
Madam Chair, if I may just
Please.
interrupt. Just as an FYI for everybody in present and those of you participating virtually, this meeting is being recorded.
That was the one note I didn't say. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Welcome, everyone. The commission is present today to review a proposed voluntary settlement agreement between the city of Martinsville and Henry County. The proposed agreement provides for Martinsville's reversion from city to town status and addresses the allocation of governmental services following that change in governmental structure, the transfer of certain properties, the sharing of certain revenues, a temporary moratorium on annexation rights, and other matters. At this time, I'd like to introduce the commission members and staff. So first of all, I'm Dr. Stephanie Davis. I'm the chairman of the Commission for Local Government. Diane Linderman, PE, vice chair of the Commission on Local Government. Via technology, how does that sound? Mr. Michael Amix, commissioner with the Commission on Local Government. Rosemary Mahan, good morning, with the commission. And Dr. Caesar Johnson, who is on his way, our 5th commissioner on the Commission for Local Government. Staff present this morning and throughout the proceedings, David Conley. He is the Local Government Policy Administrator. Grace Wheaton, Senior Policy Analyst, and Cody Anderson, Policy Analyst. Did you want to recognize?
And LeGrand, yeah.
And LeGrand. Yep.
LeGrand Northcutt.
Thank you, Northcutt. Okay, so I'm going to call on Mr. Comney to provide an overview of the review process and update us on the activities that have taken place so far.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission, those of you attending in person and virtually. The Commission on Local Government is directed by law to review proposed transitions from city to town status, annexation, and other local boundary change and transition issues, as well as negotiated agreements settling such matters prior to the presentation to the courts for ultimate disposition. Upon receipt of such notice, the commission is directed to hold hearings, make investigations, analyze local needs, and make findings of fact and recommendations regarding the issue to the affected local governments. With respect to voluntary settlement agreements that are requested under the authority of Section 15.2-3400 of the Code of Virginia, such as the one proposed here, we are required to report in writing the findings and recommendations as to whether the proposed settlement is in the best interest of the Commonwealth. The oral presentations were advertised by notice published in the Martinsville Bulletin on Wednesday, August 26, 2021, and Wednesday, September 2nd, 2021. In addition to notice of the presentation, notice of the oral presentations was mailed to local governments contiguous to or sharing functions, revenue, or tax sources with the city and county. As far as activities to date, the commission is present today in response to a petition filed by the city of Martinsville and Henry County, which was filed on August 25th, 2021, requesting the commission to review and issue findings on a proposed voluntary settlement agreement negotiated by the city and county. Prior to our arrival here today, the commission received One, notice by the city of Martinsville and Henry County of a voluntary settlement agreement. Two, a copy of the proposed agreement as well as data and exhibits supporting the agreement. Three, resolutions adopted by the Martinsville City Council and the Henry County Board of Supervisors requesting the commission to review the agreement. Four, indication that copies of the notice, the proposed agreement, and an index of data and exhibits were mailed to each of the local governments contiguous to or sharing functions, revenue, or tax sources with the city of Martinsville and Henry County. Five, those materials were reviewed by members of the commission and staff pursuant to item N, section 1 VAC 50-20-390 of the Virginia Administrative Code. The commission reserves the right at any time during the course of the commission's proceedings to solicit additional data, documents, records, or other materials from the parties as is deemed necessary for proper analysis of the issue. On Wednesday night, tomorrow at 7 p.m., the commission will hold a public hearing on this matter in this same room. We are here today and tomorrow to receive oral presentations from the city and county representatives. As far as the commission's report is concerned, the commission will endeavor to render its report to the affected local government by October 15th, 2021, which is when the commission has scheduled its final special meeting on this matter pursuant to its adopted review schedule. Additional details regarding this meeting will be announced on our website, as well as the Virginia Regulatory Town Hall website and the Commonwealth calendar.
Thank you, David. Any other comments by commission members? Okay. So let's talk about the commission's proceedings and the order of proceedings. So I'm going to confirm the witnesses. Just I'm going to read them aloud, make sure that we've captured all of them just for the record. So for the city of Martinsville, Kathy Lawson, mayor of the city of Martinsville. Leon Tawarnicki, okay. City manager for the city of Martinsville, Taylor Stover, CPA. Director at Robinson Farmer Cox and Associates. Any other witnesses we captured?
No, ma'am, not at this time.
Great, thank you. And then Henry County, Tim Hall, County Administrator. Yep. Sandy Strayer, Superintendent for the Henry County Public Schools. Ann Shawver, Principal, Ann Shawver, CPA LLC.
She's not present yet. The expectation was she would testify tomorrow.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Andrew Nestor, Henry County Commonwealth Attorney.
Again, the expectation was tomorrow, yes.
Again, just for the record, so thank you. Chris Phillips, Principal RM Architect, same thing. And I think we have that covered. Any others at this point?
No, ma'am, that's all.
Great, thank you. So we wanted, is there a preferred method to move forward? How would the parties like to proceed?
And we'd anticipated each of us making opening statements, the city going first, and then the city would put on its evidence, followed by the county.
That's perfect.
Yeah, we agree with that proceeding.
Okay, good. So we have talked about maybe a 10-15 break, if at all possible, around about there. We will recess for lunch at 12 for about an hour and a half, or about 90 minutes roughly. And then maybe another break, 2:30-ish, 2:45. So just to give you all that information. So we can go ahead and get started.
Madam Chair, if I may also
Yes.
just ask, do the parties have a specific amount of time that they would like for each component of their oral presentations? Kind of play it by ear.
I think we're okay with playing it by ear. I don't think that'd be exceedingly long.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And also as a practical matter, do you want any sort of time warning as we approach the 10:15, approximate 10:15 deadline, or 2:30 in the afternoon and noon?
I mean, if you'd like to raise your hand or something like that,
course.
I think that would be fine.
Okay,
About 5 minutes out or something like that.
sure, of course, I'd be happy to.
Okay.
Okay, and gentlemen, if you may begin,
Yeah,
the floor is yours.
thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the commission staff, elected officials from Martinsville and Henry County, members of the media and public. It's my honor to be with you this morning and to represent the city of Martinsville in these reversion proceedings. My name is Stephen P. Press. I'm a lawyer with Troutman Pepper from Richmond, and have had the great pleasure of working with folks on both sides, getting to the point to where we are today. Although the grounds for reversion have been fully set out in the papers that we filed with the commission and with the joint notice and voluntary settlement agreement, we will be calling several witnesses today to present and explain for the commission's benefit and also for the public's benefit the evidence that supports reversion and the terms of the agreement that has been reached between the city and the county. During the course of the presentation, the primary question I'd like to answer for you, and I think the evidence will answer, is why revert? Why revert now? To answer that question, you'll hear first from Mayor Kathy Lawson, a longtime resident of Martinsville, went to Martinsville and Henry County schools. Will testify that the city's been thinking about reversion for decades now. She'll walk through the history, including past studies that have been done leading up to the 2018 studies that were done on reversion by the city, the history of negotiation with the county, and the reaching of the memorandum of understanding that eventually resulted in the voluntary settlement agreement that the commission is considering. Mayor Lawson and City Manager Tularneke will explain that this is not a decision that was reached lightly. I'm sure many of you and many in the public have heard the phrase, demographics is destiny. Unfortunately, for Martinsville and Henry County, that phrase is very true when it comes to reversion. With a shrinking population and therefore a declining tax base, and the need for urban services in the area has remained the same. And the city has continually found itself tightening its belt, doing its best to create balanced budgets, but in doing so, foregoing many opportunities and many of the basic services that it would like to carry out, borrowing funds to carry out its normal operations. The mayor and the city manager and Taylor Stover, or the city's CPA from the firm that does the audits for the city, will explain that the status quo simply is not sustainable. Mr. Stover will also testify that tax rates can be adjusted to make sure that the tax burden isn't too high on soon-to-be town residents and county residents. As the commission knows, the city submitted a declaration from Mr. Dick Salmon, the preeminent scholar on school issues as well. He's not testifying today due to COVID, but those issues were considered as well. The evidence also show that Henry County faces some of the same problems, declining tax base, and struggling to make ends meet at all times and do all of the things that they would like to do. In our view, reversion will reduce fiscal stress and will help both municipalities gain from efficiencies and reduce duplicative efforts, and thereby achieve a sustainable future. We believe when the testimony comes in and when you have considered all of the evidence, the commission will agree that the time for reversion is now. There have been questions that I've read in papers about, has there been enough public comment? As Mayor Lawson will explain, there have been 5 public meetings by the city alone to discuss reversion. That doesn't include the many studies that we have presented, nor does it include the many budget meetings at which reversion was discussed, nor does it include the county's meetings to discuss reversion. And then, of course, there's this process and tomorrow night's public meeting. So there has been, and there will continue to be, a great deal of opportunity for public comment and input And that is something that, again, the city takes very seriously and has considered in making this decision. But it is true that there are some steps that took place that had to take place behind closed doors, so to speak, leading up to this meeting today. But I'd like to explain why, in many ways, that's a good thing for the agreement that we've achieved. This started out as an adversarial process. In many cases like this, you have two localities that will eventually be one that end up beginning that relationship with a massive legal fight and enormous expenses as a result. In this case, though, after the city filed its reversion papers, the city and the county entered into negotiations. And yes, under Virginia law, when we had a mediation, that has to take place in private. But it's there for that provision is there for a reason. And it's so that people can be candid and honest and make hard decisions and make trade-offs to come to the best decision possible for both the citizens of both localities. And that's exactly what happened here. The result here is an agreement instead of conflict. And through that agreement, through that give and take, we were able to reach the voluntary settlement agreement that the commission is considering today. Although the end result may not give both sides absolutely everything each side would like, and that's the nature of any settlement agreement, we believe the end result is the best result for both sides as well. The evidence will show, as you consider it, the benefits of the agreement include a reduction of duplicative constitutional offices, cutting costs and redundancies, continued cooperation in many areas, including the airport, the library, the 911 center, and various other government functions. Martinsville will continue to provide urban services to its residents at a level that is the same or higher than what are being provided today, meaning there won't be an enormous loss of government jobs in Martinsville. The county has also agreed to revenue sharing in a number of industrial areas that will allow the city to recognize revenues that will help it to continue to carry out those urban services and other governmental functions that it has to in order to continue operating day to day. And the city agreed, on the other hand, to an annexation moratorium on a temporary basis of 10 years, which is 8 years more than what would be provided in the code, giving everyone time to adjust to this reversion before any boundary adjustments might take place. And finally, you'll hear from the city regarding why we believe July 1, 2022 is the right date for reversion to take place. A date when the fiscal year turns over and a date that gives time for the schools to adjust to the changes as well. To sum up, as the city presents its evidence, you'll hear why reversion is needed, why it's needed now, why it's in the best interest of the parties and of the Commonwealth, and why the voluntary settlement agreement was the best way to bring reversion about. This wasn't a decision that was entered into rashly by the parties. It was a decision that was made with great input from the public, consideration of that input, many, many decades in the making. And at the end of the day, I hope the commission will agree that this is a decision on reversion whose time has come today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the commission. My name is Jeremy Carroll, with Waddell, Carroll, and Lockerbie and Salem. It is my pleasure to represent Henry County in these reversion proceedings. With us today, I'd also like to introduce George Lyle, the county attorney. He'll be assisting in these proceedings over the course of the next 2 days. And I think you've already met him through your introduction of witnesses, but Tim Hall, the county administrator, and Cindy Strayer, the school superintendent. And I'd also like to thank Stephen and the city personnel for their cooperation and work on this as we've arrived at this voluntary settlement agreement that in its form we submit is in the best interest of the parties. It has taken a while to get here, as Stephen indicated, and Mr. Peatgrass indicated, the city has been considering reversion for decades. And anyone who attended the May 26th joint meeting knows that the Henry County is not an advocate for the proponent of reversion as an initial matter. The county believes there could be viable options other than reversion. However, the county recognizes that under the statutory framework, the city has the ability to elect to revert with the consent of this commission and the special board, and it has elected to proceed in that manner. And since the city has elected to proceed with reversion, the county had to make a decision of what was in the best interest of its citizens. In its response to the city's initial notice, the county outlined some changes that it believed were necessary.
Could the volume be raised, please?
We'll have our audio video gentleman with us. Thank you.
Is that better? Can you hear me? I can hear you. I'll get this flipped here. In its response to the city's notice, the county outlined some changes it believed were necessary to the city's proposed plan for reversion. And as I mentioned, as the process played out, the Board of Supervisors was confronted with a decision of what was in the best interest of its citizens. Does it engage in litigation with the possibility, but by no means the guarantee, that some of those proposed changes would be implemented? Or would the county engage in good faith negotiations with the city in an effort to arrive at a set of terms and conditions that would make reversion less impactful on the county than it might otherwise be? Confronted with those options, the county prudently selected the second course and engaged in those discussions so that it had some degree of control over the process and its outcome. You will hear from our witnesses today that the voluntary settlement agreement does present a number of benefits for the county. Mr. Peatgrass addressed a few of those. One of the things we've heard in some of the public discourse about this matter is whether the county would be assuming responsibility for some of the city's debt. The voluntary settlement agreement makes it clear that the county is not accepting any of the city's debt. The voluntary settlement agreement also contains no boundary adjustments, and indeed there will not be any boundary adjustments for at least 10 years following the effective date of reversion. From the county's perspective, that saves some of its citizens and businesses the risk of double taxation in areas that might be subject to annexation. And it also saves certain tax revenues for the county that would otherwise have been lost following annexation. It allows the use of city space for a number of years while reversion is implemented, while it's phased in. And while the agreement contemplates that those city offices and city spaces will be returned to the city, and indeed the county doesn't want to use them any longer than necessary because it would allow for inefficient operations, it is something that is a benefit to the county as it goes through this process. 3 school buildings will be transferred to the Henry County Public Schools: Albert Harris Elementary, Martinsville Middle, and Martinsville High School. While a full facility study will be needed to determine how those buildings will be used following reversion, we are confident that the Henry County Public Schools will make productive use of those facilities. Other school buildings in the city will be committed to taxable uses or other beneficial uses, which will have a residual benefit for county. There is a non-binding school study called for in the voluntary settlement agreement to help with the process of unifying the 2 school divisions. So we believe, the county believes, that will only be useful if reversion is implemented after that study is completed and with sufficient time for the county, the Henry County Public Schools, to take into account the recommendations in that study. And finally, as Mr. Peatgrass mentioned, Martinsville will continue to fund regional organizations such as the library and the airport and will continue to provide urban services. Those two provisions are a crucial benefit to the county because it saves the county expenditures that might otherwise have flowed to the county if the city had discontinued providing those services. Even with these provisions in the voluntary settlement agreement, reversion will be no easy task for the county. This is unquestionably the largest and most complicated reversion in the history of Virginia. Martinsville's population is 13,485 as of the 2020 census. By comparison, South Boston's population was under 7,000, as was Bedford's population. Clifton Forge's population was 4,300. The relative size of these cities at the time of reversion gives some insight into the relative size, scale and scope of the services that the county will be required to take over in this instance. Also, this is the most comprehensive reversion in the history of Virginia. The other localities that have reverted have had some level of consolidated school system. In Halifax County, they were consolidated at the secondary level. In Clifton Forge, they were consolidated altogether. And in Bedford, there was a contract between the county and the city by which the county operated school systems. So this is the first reversion to entail the consolidation of the school system. Those other examples also had consolidated court systems. Again, an example of how this is the largest and most complicated reversion in the history of Virginia. Not merely changing funding streams, as happened in some of those other reversions. Here, we're actually taking over service obligations. Excuse me. Next, reversion isn't taking place in a vacuum. The same officials from the county who will be carrying out reversion, organizing and seeing that reversion is carried out in an efficient and timely manner, are the same folks who are running county offices, running county schools, running county court systems, and constitutional offices today. We don't have excess capacity as we sit here today to ignore those other responsibilities and simply take on the function of reversion. Indeed, we'll have to plan and implement what the budget, for example, a project manager to come in and oversee this process, to coordinate reversion for the county and its various elements. As we know, a number of services, again, more than in other jurisdictions, will flow from the city to the county. Schools, courts, clerks, constitutional officers, registrar, board of elections. Consolidating those functions is not as easy as flipping a switch. Myriad tasks must be performed before reversion can take effect. We respectfully submit. Reversion will require the county to identify the spaces from which it will provide these new service obligations. It will need to conduct facility studies and space needs assessments to determine how to reorganize its operations to provide consolidated operations from single points. What I mean is, while the use of the city's facilities is useful, it is not in the best interests of the citizens of Henry County to have two treasurer's offices, one in downtown Martinsville and one in Henry County. We want to consolidate those operations as promptly as possible, but that will require adapting spaces, modifying spaces, and perhaps even acquiring and fully renovating new spaces. That is a timely and costly endeavor. Again, one the county is willing to take up, but it needs time to do that. In addition to facilities, we will have to take on additional personnel to perform these service obligations. We'll need time to assess what our personnel needs are, and then time to hire and onboard those new employees. Lastly, the county's new service obligations will entail significant new expenses. They will take on the expenses associated with the jail, associated with the treasurer's office, associated with the portions of the health department and social services that they're not currently funded. In the end, you'll hear from our expert about the likely tax increase that will be required just for those service obligations. An 8-cent tax increase is what we forecast. That does not even account for some of the substantial renovations that may be required. Rather than requiring the county to lurch headlong into reversion, as of July 1, 2022, we respectfully submit the county should be provided the opportunity to assess its budgetary needs and impose tax increases in an efficient manner. As I mentioned, this is the largest reversion in the history of Virginia. We believe that time is needed to implement it properly. We believe the voluntary settlement agreement is an excellent step in the right direction, and that the communities, the city and the county should be commended for coming together and trying to move forward as a unified community. But we do not believe it is in the best interest of either party or the Commonwealth to rush the process at this point. As Mr. Peatgrass mentioned, the city has been considering reversion for decades. Another year or two to make sure it is implemented properly is in the best interest of the Commonwealth and the parties we respectfully submit. You will hear from Mr. Hall, perhaps Ms. Strayer, about the time they believe they will need to successfully implement reversion, even pursuant to the terms of the voluntary settlement. I appreciate your attention to this, and thank you very much, and staff, for your time and commitment to reviewing this matter. And again, thank you to Mr. Peatgrass and to the folks at the city. We've worked well together, I'm happy to say. We haven't agreed on everything, obviously, but this is progress, I think, for the community. We look forward to participating in the process over the next 2 days. Thank you.
The only thing I'll ask, can the people in the back hear, or you cannot hear? Where's their?
No.
You may have to.
I haven't seen the volume to steal as well.
Okay, thank you, and I apologize for that.
Out of curiosity, can the members of the commission hear Mr. Peatgrass and me?
The microphone. Is there a way to amplify?
It's all the way up.
Okay, if I may ask those speaking to just amplify their voices as much as possible, including witnesses.
Click the linear close.
Don't leave you.
We also have a witness who will be speaking at the witness chair here. Is there another
I think
mic that we can make for that?
Is it coming out of the mic? Are you good?
I don't hear anything. It'd be
No.
the speakers.
That's not. Is it on? Is your,
I think this one is on.
can y'all hear that?
I guess it's not.
No.
Right, well, I've got a green light on, but I'm not sure that you all can hear me
Yeah.
in the audience.
Dave. Dave, do we have to have the podium right there? Or can we put the podium there so at least?
If you would prefer, Madam Chair, that's certainly an option.
What do you all think about moving the podium from there to there?
We can certainly do that.
Let's try that until that IT person gets the microphone done.
How easy is that?
This is not hard.
Is everyone okay? And then we'll have you, that might help.
If I might suggest too, if you move the podium to that.
Very interactive.
Can you all hear now? Okay, great.
Well, thank you. I'm glad we were able to get the technical difficulties worked out. The first witness the city would like to call, and before I do so, I should have also introduced to you Eric Monday, the city attorney, who's here with us at council table, and Robert Claiborne, one of my associates at Troutman. And then obviously the mayor, Leon Taylor. Yes, of course, here's. Calling is Mayor Lawson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself for the record and the commission?
Yes. My name is Kathy Lawson, and I currently serve as mayor of the city of Martinsville.
Mayor Lawson, can you tell us about your previous service on the city council and as mayor?
Yes, sir. I was first elected to council in 2006 for a term of 4 years, so 2006 to 2010. In 2008, I was elected to serve as the city's first female mayor. I ran again in 2016, and again was reelected in 2020. Began serving as mayor in January of 2019 and currently serve in that position.
Did you grow up in Martinsville?
My parents moved here when I was 5 years old, and I have lived here since.
And did you attend Martinsville City Schools?
Through the 9th grade, and then my parents moved to a larger home, and my mother had passed away, and my dad remarried, and I gained 2 brothers, and so we had to have a larger house. So we moved just outside of the city limits, and I completed my education in Henry County Public Schools.
And are you familiar with the voluntary settlement agreement that we're here to talk about today?
Yes, sir.
And how do you become familiar with that?
I was one of the city's representatives that negotiated a memorandum of understanding that led to the voluntary settlement agreement.
And can you tell me what's your understanding of the basic purpose of the voluntary settlement?
It will provide for Martinsville's reversion to a town within Henry County and addresses other relationships between the local governments of Martinsville and Henry County.
And has the city voted on the voluntary settlement agreement?
Yes, sir. It was stated at our last council meeting
And before that, there was the memorandum of understanding?
that was unanimously voted for.
We could put up the map, and I think it's the map that's of industrial locations. I want to just help orient the commission to the geographic region. I think there's one that's called industrial location. This is one of the industrial parks. There we go. So, Madam Mayor, can you tell me what this is this is a map of?
That is a map of Martinsville and Henry County.
Okay, and can you tell me, and this is partly for the record, so that the court reporter can take down exactly what we're showing here. Can you tell me which industrial properties are shown on the map?
Yes. To the north of the city is the Patriot Center and the Bryant property, which is an undeveloped portion that is in one of the revenue sharing agreements. To the south of Martinsville is the Martinsville Industrial Park. And just north of the North Carolina line, which is not showing on this, is the Commonwealth Crossing. Yes, right there. That is right adjacent to the North Carolina border.
And the Martinsville Speedway is shown on here as
The
well?
Martinsville Speedway is just south of the city.
And is that an attraction in the area?
Huge. We have approximately, we have 2 NASCAR races, and then we have some other races during the course of the year. We have races coming up in September and October, and it is a huge attraction for people to come into the community.
And then the airport is shown on the map as well?
Yes, the airport is shown on the map. That is just west of the city and the speedway.
And could we pull up the schools map next? Thanks. And again, for the completion of the record, I have a copy of the industrial locations map. I could take it over to the court reporter and have you mark this as an exhibit if that would be helpful, and that way that anyone who needs to will have that record. Mark that, I guess, exhibit A.
I believe we're looking for city schools.
For the city. Oh, yeah, sorry, this is the county schools. You're looking at the city schools map.
Got it.
I'll get you a copy of that. Maybe we'll mark this as exhibit B. I should have just brought both of them over to you. Thank you. Madam Mayor, can you tell us what this map that's shown on the screen depicts?
Yes, that is a map of the Martinsville City Public Schools. We currently have 5 schools operating. Martinsville High School, which is there near the center. Martinsville Middle School. We have 2 elementary schools, Albert Harris Elementary School and Patrick Henry Elementary School. And then we have an early learning center, which is Clearview School, which is a preschool, 3 and 4-year-olds.
And the school board office is shown on the map as well?
Yes, the school board office is located on Indian Trail. It is a former elementary school, Druid Hills Elementary School.
And I think at least the Martinsville branch of the regional library is shown as well?
Yes, the library is actually just up the street on Church Street, a couple of blocks from the city municipal building.
Thank you. And we'll have another map later that'll show government buildings, but I plan to introduce that through Mr. Tawanaki. Can you turning a little bit to the history of the area, can you tell us historically what have been the major economic drivers for Martinsville and Henry County?
Yes, during the early years, Martinsville and Henry County was mainly agricultural. With the coming of the 20th century, it became a manufacturing, textiles, and other types of furniture manufacturing. We had a DuPont plant that was built here, I believe, in the late 50s, early 60s. So we had an abundance of furniture, textiles, aluminum, and other forms of manufacturing that provided assistance to the main manufacturing. Unfortunately, that all went away with NAFTA. And manufacturing and textiles went overseas. The DuPont plant closed, and most of the furniture manufacturing went to China. While we still do have some corporate offices for furniture, That's mainly office facilities, not manufacturing.
So today, economically, what are the drivers in the area, and particularly in the city?
Yes, we still have some manufacturing and some textiles, but due to technology and more advanced production that has come through the decades, it is required of much fewer individuals. So we no longer have a textile plant that employs thousands of people. We have a textile plant that might employ 50 people. So there's a great reduction in the number of job opportunities provided.
And can you tell me what's Martinsville's population?
As Mr. Carroll shared with us this morning, it is exactly 13,485 based on the 2020 census.
And has the population over the last decade or so been increasing or declining?
It has declined, and based on projections from the Local Paper Center, it will continue to decline.
And how does the population of Martinsville compare to other cities in Virginia?
We are the 9th smallest in population of independent cities in the Commonwealth.
I understand that Martinsville has been an independent city since 1928. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you tell me what are some of the areas in which Martinsville and Henry County work together today?
The Regional Airport Authority, the Blue Ridge Regional Library, Social Services, the Health Department, the Community Service Board, the 911 Center, the Community College, the Economic Development Corporation, and the Partnership for Economic Growth.
And there are also some revenue sharing agreements, and we can talk about those later, but those are another area.
Yes. Revenue sharing agreements with the county.
When did Martinsville start looking into reverting to become a town in the county?
Okay. There have been discussions with merging into the county since the 1950s. In 2012, there was an effort to increase cooperation between the city and the county, but an agreement was not reached. In a 3-2 vote, the city council narrowly voted down proceeding with reversion. The voluntary settlement agreement now before the commission and the reversion notice that preceded it really traces back to 2018.
Can you tell us a little bit about what the city did in 2018
Yeah.
when it came to reversion?
Yes. During the year in 2018, council invited representatives from the other localities who had gone through the reversion process to come to a council meeting. And let me just preface, all of our council meetings are televised. So we had individuals from St. Boston, Clifton Forge, and Allegheny County, Bedford City, and Bedford County. These gentlemen came to our council meetings at different times to share with us their experience in going through the reversion program process. And in those conversations, they shared with us things that worked, things that didn't work, and gave us recommendations that, if we were to go through this process, how it could be handled better than some of the others have been done.
And did you also have studies done by experts?
Yes, from there, council did vote to get the outside studies on finances in the schools. And those outside studies were presented to the council in 2019.
And then after receiving those studies, was there a vote on reversion that took place?
Those studies indicated that reverting to a town would be in the best interest of Martinsville and Henry County and in the best interest of Virginia. And the city council voted unanimously in favor of going forward with the reversion process, which led to the filing with the commission in 2020.
And without getting into any of the negotiations, did that though then result eventually in the memorandum of understanding that was reached with the county?
Yes, sir.
Has the city council had public meetings regarding reversion leading up to the proceedings today?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell me what those meetings
Yes,
were?
sir. On November 19th, 2019, there was a presentation on reversion at a public meeting at the city council. On December the 10th, 2019, there was a presentation on reversion at a public meeting at the city council, including the studies incorporating information from various sources, including city schools and finance department, followed by a confirming intent, followed by a vote confirming intent to pursue reversion. And then on January 26, 2021, there was an update on the reversion process at a public meeting at City Council. Attorneys zoomed in for that meeting. And then on May 26, 2021, there was the joint meeting between City Council and the County Board of Supervisors with presentation and vote on the memorandum of understanding.
And then obviously we have the meeting today as well.
Yeah.
I'd like to talk just a little bit about the reasons for transition to town status. First, fairly basic question, does the city council believe that reversion under the terms of the VSA, the voluntary settlement agreement, is in the best interest of Martinsville's residents?
We do.
And why is that?
We've had this ongoing issue. Continuing as an independent city just isn't sustainable. We have drastically reduced our budget over the years and years and years, and we have cut back on staffing to the point where we can't cut anymore. Martinsville is in a situation where basically we are treading water, and if we continue down this road, we will raise taxes that just aren't really feasible for our residents and businesses, and we'll have to decrease services.
And what areas will the city be able to, in what areas will reversion assist the city? In particular, I'm thinking, just examples might be schools.
Yes, exactly. We do have an aging population and a declining population, which causes for a dwindling tax base. We have a declining school population. We used to have many more schools than we have now. Our city jail and our prison farm are at capacity, and expansion of the jail for us would be cost prohibitive. City revenue goes largely to schools and to public safety, allowing very little for discretionary for any other type of funding within the city. It limits what we can use for economic development, property maintenance, and other programs such as infrastructure. That is still the case, even though we have had several increases over the last decade, including our meals tax increase. We have increased the water and sewage rates. We had an electrical rate adjustment, and we also increased our cigarette tax. Henry County has some of those same problems, and by consolidating, and in some cases saving resources as a town within Henry County, we believe that we can better serve the community at a lower cost.
Madam Mayor, are you aware of the fiscal stress reporting for Virginia localities
Yes.
that the commission compiles?
Yes, sir.
Where does Martinsville rate in terms of fiscal stress?
We have a high fiscal stress ranking.
And how does it compare to fiscal stress among other cities in Virginia?
On the last report, Martinsville's fiscal stress is the third highest in the Commonwealth.
In terms of constitutional officers? What does reversion do for the city?
The city does have a full set of constitutional officers, although we have a very small population. Efficiencies will be seen and as a result of combining those functions with the constitutionals in Henry County.
And what's your understanding about what would happen with the staff for the constitutional officers?
Depending on the particular constitutional office, there are some that the town will offer jobs to, such as the treasurer's office and many of the individuals in the commissioner of the revenue's office. There are some other positions that would be hired within the town as far as the Commonwealth's attorney, the clerk of the court, and the sheriffs. There will be opportunities for some of those individuals to receive employment in Henry County as they will need to have additional employees there.
If I may interject, you have a 5-minute warning. We're
Okay.
catching 10:15, but
Okay.
we can be flexible. I think.
Yeah, we may go a little bit over, but I think we may be able to finish up at least with my questioning if we may miss it. You can obviously answer questions. For city employees outside of the constitutional officers, do you anticipate substantial job loss given the terms of the voluntary settlement agreement?
Oh, absolutely not. We actually feel that once we become a town, that we will be able to not only retain every employee we currently have, but also add additional employees, being that we would be able to expand and provide more services to the urban services that we currently provide.
Is there a provision in the voluntary settlement agreement that addresses that question as well?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what does the settlement agreement say about urban services?
This is 6.02. Okay. As a town, we will continue to participate in the governance and funding of the airport authority, the regional library, the 911 center, the Economic Development Corporation, the Blue Ridge Regional Library, I already said that. And the only two that we will not fund are the health department and the social services department.
And if you would not mind putting up the a copy of the voluntary settlement agreement, maybe scrolling to we were just in 6.02. We probably have about 5 to 10 more minutes of her testimony. We can either continue on.
Yes, sir.
Where in the agreement?
6.02, if you could scroll down to that. Thank you.
Okay.
So Madam Mayor, you can now see on the screen 6.02 discussing the areas of continued cooperation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah, as a town, we will continue to participate in the governance and the funding for the airport authority, the regional library, the 911 center, Patrick and Henry Community College, the Chambers Partnership for Economic Growth, and the Martinsville-Henry County Economic Development Corporation.
And if you could scroll to 8.01. I want to ask you just a little bit about the revenue sharing agreements. So based on section 8, your revenue sharing, the revenue sharing agreements will continue after reversion with some modification. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And can you tell me what are the modifications made to the revenue sharing agreements under the voluntary settlement agreement?
Okay. The Commonwealth Crossing and the Patriot Center revenue sharing agreements will continue in force with some modifications. The properties that are revenue shared, the Bryant property, which is an undeveloped parcel of land, will be removed from the Commonwealth Crossing revenue sharing agreement. And the Martinsville Industrial Park will be added to the Patriot Center revenue sharing agreement.
And the provisions here regarding revenue sharing continue during the 10-year temporary moratorium on the annexation period, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it does modify certain debt treatment and the pooling of the rates of shared revenue from the Martinsville Industrial Park and the Patriot Center after a 10-year annexation.
And does the town have any estimate yet as to the amount that was realized from these revenue sharing arrangements?
We do not have a complete estimate at this time, but it's roughly estimated that the modifications to the revenue sharing agreements will increase those revenues to the town in the range of hundreds of thousands of dollars during that 10-year period.
And we may have Mr. Torn talk a little bit more about that when it's his turn. In talking about these revenue sharing arrangements, did the city and county also make decisions about annexation and a time period for moratorium on that?
Yes, sir, we did.
And can you tell me what that arrangement is in the voluntary settlement agreement?
Yes, sir. Under the temporary annexation moratorium and the voluntary settlement agreement, the town of Martinsville will not be able to seek or support annexation in any area of Henry County for 10 years after reversion.
And outside of the voluntary settlement agreement terms, are you aware of any provision in Virginia law that imposes a moratorium on annexation following reversion?
Yes, sir. The Virginia code is 2 years.
Are there any benefits to that you see that having this moratorium in place during that 10-year period, understanding that there's also these revenue sharing arrangements that will go on during that same period?
Yes, sir. This allows the county a period of time for sustainability to adjust to reversion, to implement best practices learned from working alongside of the town after reversion, and gain from the new efficiencies from reversion. And during that same period, the town can also benefit from the revenue sharing agreement.
I'll ask you another fairly basic question. As the city was considering seeking reversion, was that a decision that was made later?
Absolutely not. We gave it a lot of thought. We had many discussions. We've taken the time to receive public input. We've received opinion input from outside experts. We have learned from the experiences from the other localities who have gone through the reversion process. We have done our due diligence in learning what we needed to do and how it will benefit our community.
Madam Mayor, in terms of timing, what is the city's desired timing of the effective date for reversion?
The city respectfully requests July 1, 2022. We began this journey in 2018. We believe that is a 4-year period, and it starts with the next fiscal year, and that would just avoid any disruption in the school system. Implementing reversion on that date will minimize expenses and allow the town and the county to benefit from reversion sooner than if reversion were to take effect later. And waiting another year would just prolong the same situation and problems that we currently have that reversion is intended to address.
And as mayor of the city, is it your opinion, what's your opinion as to whether the voluntary settlement agreement is in the best interest of the city, county, and the Commonwealth?
I do believe it is. As public servants, we are all charged with doing the best things for our community. And that's why we pursue reversion and approve the voluntary settlement agreement.
Those are all the questions I have for you at the moment. Mr. Carroll may have questions, members of the commission may as well. And I may have redirect depending on how that goes, but for now, thank you, Madam.
If we want to take a 10-minute break,
Do you want to allow for questions first?
it's up to you, it's up to the commission. Would you all like questions? Would you like to take a break?
Take a recess.
Let's take a break. Let's take a recess.
Okay. How long would you?
15, 10 minutes? 10 minutes? Okay, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. You're keeping the timer?
I do. I have
And then
10:20, so everybody, 10:30, we will begin again, but please get back a couple
Okay, thank you. So we will continue the proceeding. Carol?
Madam Chair, the county has no questions for Mayor Lawson at this time.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have any questions from the commissioner? Sure.
And I guess I can be heard because,
Can you all hear?
Mayor, you talked about the future and your ability to not lose jobs, provide more services. Can you talk a little bit more about that and the revenue projections and how that allows you to?
Yes, ma'am. Several years ago, we had to reduce our police, our fire, our EMS, to bare bones numbers. We believe that reverting to a town and the economic benefit from it to the town will allow us to increase the number of people that we have in public safety, to improve the services that we currently provide to our residents and our businesses, and to further expand the ability within the town in providing broader services to our citizens and businesses.
Do you mind if I ask, what is your current tax rate?
That's right.
Real estate's $1.04 per hundred.
Do you have personal property at all?
We do.
Property, 185.
185?
185.
And do you foresee that changing after the reversion,
Decrease.
decrease in tax rate?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Dr. Johnson, do you have any questions? So I'm going to ask to follow up on Vice Chair Linderman's question. So you're seeing an increase in public safety. So you all have a sheriff and a police department,
We currently do.
and the sheriff is responsible for court security and jail.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so those functions will
We'll go to Henry County.
will go to Henry County.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm trying to think. I think what struck me was we will try to keep the number of staff, but we also will increase the number of staff. And so what I'm hearing you say just once again is basically in public safety.
Mainly in public safety, but we also struck down every department to bare minimum. We're talking about public works, some administrative positions. We reduced tremendously the number of people working in the city several years ago. It wasn't feasible, budget-wise, to have those individuals, so we had to decrease.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two questions. One, Mayor Lawson, thank you again for your testimony. As I recall in my notes, you had mentioned that the city had initiated discussions on reversion as early as the 1950s, but this most recent process was in around 2018, correct?
Yes, sir.
And during that time, it seems, at least you mentioned December 10th, 2019 meeting that was public. I presume there were several other meetings that were public as well. As we've all seen in the press lately, and as the commission has received comment from individuals regarding certain factors related to reversion, whether that is the school division, certain other offices, both elected and ministerial with the city, to what degree were those entities engaged with, or did they testify in these 2019 proceedings or earlier as it related to reversion? Were they engaged at that time? were they afforded an opportunity to be engaged at that time and comment?
They were afforded an opportunity. We had several, all of our meetings are televised, all of our meetings are open to the public. And we did have, some constitutional officers who spoke. We have had one-on-one conversations with constitutionals. There have been many opportunities to share information with, city administration and council. So yes, sir, that opportunity was afforded.
Thank you. And as a follow-up question, and this might be for council, touching off of Commissioner Litterman and Commissioner Davis's questions related to the jobs and revenue projections. There's obviously a voluminous amount of material before the commission. I suspect that those projections, are they in some way reflected in the Robinson Farmer Cops analysis, or are there more updated projections on what the revenue savings could be, or the potential increase in staffing levels for the services that have been mentioned?
I think that was somewhat to be determined. Robinson Farmer Cox did provide updated numbers, which Mr. Stover will testify to next. But in terms of what a future town council decides, in terms of how many more police officers may be needed, some of that was going to be up to the new town council. So that I don't think that particular issue was addressed.
Okay, thank you.
And you all need to make further requests for information, and certainly once some numbers that necessary.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And that concludes my questions. Are there any other?
Any other questions? I think the only other question that I have is just to reiterate and have you speak to the July 1, 2022 request. If you can speak to why that date is so important. It's interesting that throughout the voluntary settlement agreement, that is the one thing that needs to be addressed.
Yes, ma'am. And we feel that this process has not been quick. It has been lengthy, going 4 years if you consider 2022. Putting off reversion for an additional year, or what the commission will recommend, only continues to prolong the issues that we as a city struggle with on a daily basis. We have been having these conversations. Yes, logistically, there are a lot of details to be worked out, but we feel that there is sufficient time for these details to be worked out and to move forward as one community instead of us and them.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission?
We are now refer to that's
Yes, sir.
Please be going here. So thank you, Mayor
Yes,
Lawson.
thank you very much.
Next witness we will call is Taylor Stover, CPA, and Mr. Claiborne will be asking questions.
I'm going to ask for your help. There was a updated financial report that was given to the commission, correct?
Yes.
And then the original report that was given during the original start of the reversion. So for the commission, they do have a copy of the updated financials. Okay. So you all should have an updated copy of the financials.
yes, all of those were mailed to the commissioners at their mailing address.
Yep. Thank you.
Morning, would you please introduce yourself to the commission?
My name is Taylor Stover, and I'm a director with Robinson Farmer Cox Associates.
What services does Robinson Farmer Cox provide?
We're a public accounting firm, but the bread and butter of our business is local government auditing and consulting.
How long have you been there?
I've been there since 2008.
And are you a certified public accountant?
Yes, sir.
You have experience yourself auditing local governments.
Very much. I spend about half my time doing that.
And is your firm the auditor for the city of Martinsville?
They are. That's performed out of our Charlottesville office. I work in.
And sorry, do you also have experience providing financial reports for local governments?
Yes, sir. As part of auditing, most local governments don't really have the experience to be able to write their own reports, so we perform that service for them. So yes, I write several a year.
Do you have experience, I guess, conducting financial forecasting for local governments?
Yes, sir, I do.
And has your firm been engaged to provide a study of financial impacts of Martinsville reversion from an independent city to a town within Henry County?
Yes, that kicked off like in 2018.
Has your firm conducted similar reversion type studies?
We have, and previously also for Martinsville. They were previously run by Steve Jacobs, who's since retired. He was kind of my mentor at RFC on the consulting side of things. And so I have to.
All right, now focusing on your present or more recent studies for Martinsville's reversion, did you produce a report in 2019?
Yes, sir.
And is that the document, I believe it has subject line, evaluation, prospective, financial impact, City of Martinsville's transition to town status?
Correct.
Okay, and was this, are you aware if this was presented to the Martinsville City Council in advance of its decision whether to pursue reversion?
Yes, sir.
And is it referenced in Martinsville's notice, initial notice filed with the commission in 2002 initiating a reversion proceeding?
Yes, it was.
In that same notice, did that incorporate estimates of yours as to the net aggregate fiscal impact of reversion on both Martinsville and Henry County?
Yes, sir, it did.
Did that cover the periods of fiscal years 2021 through 2026?
Yes, sir. That was the analysis I performed using the FY21 budget as the base.
And would you briefly summarize those estimated impacts for the commission?
Using the budget data, again, for FY21, when we kind of went over that, Martinsville, they were still required to use fund balance, but it decreased about $3,000 from their budgeted level. Henry County, at the same time, they were in the black the first 2 years and then kind of slowly fading off towards the red there, going negative, where they would need to use fund balance.
Was that considered an improvement over the financial outlook had they not pursued?
For Martinsville, very much so, yes, sir.
Okay, and I guess, did you consider how these financial, or I guess estimated impacts could be addressed in changes, for instance, to tax rates after reversion?
Yes. So in my analysis, basically kind of came up with, and this is really starting with the 2019 analysis that kind of rolled into everything. I didn't change any assumptions there. The tax rate, Martinsville would be tax rate neutral. So with that, the town tax and the county tax would be equal to the current city tax. Henry County on their side, with the initial projection, they were going to be about $2 million in the hole, and they needed a 5-cent real estate property tax increase to cover that.
And do you acknowledge that there are other ways that either the town council or the board of supervisors of the county could address fiscal impacts of reversion?
They definitely could. Real estate and tax rates is definitely the low hanging fruit on that, and easiest to calculate.
Okay, and those initial analyses you conducted in 2019 and 2020, those were not made in light of the voluntary settlement agreement. Is that correct?
Correct. It was well before that agreement was.
And did those analyses consider potential additional space the county may need to provide government services?
No, sir, did not.
And did they consider transfers or leases of any facilities between the two localities?
No, sir. Those were kind of too far out to even be able to project what might be needed there.
Okay. Were there any other reasons why those matters? I believe you touched on transfers and leases, but also office space, why those matters weren't addressed in your 2019, 2020 studies?
It'd be difficult to determine what exactly they would need. And also it was kind of hard to imagine that that would be a material amount when you're comparing budgets of 80 million and 156 million. So I couldn't imagine there possibly being that big of a lease agreement, needed for the extra space.
In those studies in 2019 and 2020, did you consider potential efficiencies and other cost savings that either the town or the county, or I guess specifically the county, could realize through reversion or might realize?
I mean, we perform a, analysis of everything as a whole, trying to figure out, what they have. I can't really make decisions for management of the county and for the accountant, for the board there. But definitely there would be efficiencies. The most obvious one was from the school study that was performed by Mr. Salmon, as referenced earlier. There were various adjustments to both revenues and expenditures for that, including additional SOQ funds. There was a salary scale adjustment, teacher pupil ratio adjustments. Also, maybe some cutting of administrative staff at the school board office. And I believe they netted to about $101.25 million in savings there for the county.
And with regard to the schools, are you aware that in particularly school funding, are you aware that the voluntary settlement agreement provides for further study into the operation of the schools post-reversion and lobbying of the General Assembly for assistance?
Yes.
Are there other efficiencies that could be realized through reversion that are not reflected in your analysis?
Oh, very much so. I imagine as they all kind of talk about this process gets going, and they try to figure out how to make the transition there, they're going to start realizing some efficiencies and where they can save money. And I just, I have faith in both the management of both the counties for that.
All right, and refocusing your attention back on, I guess, your methodology for the fiscal year 2021 through 2026 estimates, what data or information form the bases for those estimates?
That is going to be the 2021 approved budgets for both localities.
And did you come to an opinion using that data whether reversion would be a viable option for Henry County and Martinsville?
Definitely viable with, the adjustments that were addressed in the report, with tax increase and everything.
And are you aware whether Henry County and Martinsville use different measures of depreciation? For instance, in calculating tax obligations for business computers and equipment or machine tools?
Yes, the county depreciates those items more quickly, so it reduces the tax base.
And does that change your opinion as to the viability of reversion in Henry County and Martinsville?
No, it doesn't. I also think that's something that the two localities can come to agreement on, so there's no difference if they really want to do.
And what about minimum rates of personal property tax required to maximize tax relief for personal property tax? Do you consider that?
Yes, we did. And we had to make an adjustment to the original proposal. It kind of came to our attention that the average value for the vehicle in Martinsville was much lower than anticipated. So with that, the tax rate would have to be a little bit higher so that you would reach the full amount you needed to maximize your PPTRA. But we've noticed even over the past 2 years tracking the data that the average value has gone up great. So it's kind of trending back to where we could hit the estimates that we were calculating.
Sure. And having considered that, does that change your opinion as to the viability of reversion?
No.
Martinsville and Henry County?
Not at all.
Do Martinsville and Henry County provide different levels of real estate tax relief for elderly and disabled?
They do. It's very little bit of a difference there, and doesn't affect many households from the analysis side.
And is that, having considered that, does that change your opinion as to the viability of reversion? Okay, I'm going to shift your attention or your focus briefly to, I guess, are you aware of the analysis provided by Henry County's CPA and Heritage Shawver?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed it?
Yes, sir.
Did it change any of your conclusions?
Not particularly. I thought we kind of both reached the same conclusion that, there would have to be a tax increase for Henry County. The only difference there was I anticipated 5%, she's projected 8 cents.
And is that, I guess, in your experience, with Virginia localities, is that difference between 5 and 8 cents material?
I imagine the first year, it'll be felt, but at the end of the day, 3 cents is not that big of a difference in the tax rate, in my experience.
Did Ms. Shawver's analysis include Children's Service Act trends?
It did, yes.
Did yours?
Yes, sir, it did.
Was there any difference in her analysis and yours?
Just looking at it, I'm just gonna read just 2 little lines here. The note she had is she applied trends to the revenue with growth of 35, 25, 20, 15, and 10%. And the expenditure growth was trended at 40, 35, 30, 25, and 20. So if you kind of look at the map, those are, the expenses are projected to be 5 to 10% above the revenue she projected on the increase going forward. So at that point, you're kind of constantly just anticipating that it's going to be in the black or in the red every single year. Whereas my analysis just kind of did, regression analysis on it and projected those costs and revenues forward.
Right, and why did you choose that approach over hers?
It's statistical instead of just kind of something that, feels right. You actually have data to support it.
What about buildings and office space? Were these included or reflected in Ms. Shawver's analysis?
Yeah, she did have some exhibits in there related to that, but I imagine the voluntary settlement agreement kind of addressed many of those.
All right, now shifting focus to projected estimates of Ms. Shawver. Did she differ in her use of data, for instance, using budgeted or audited figures and for particular years?
Yes, so my original was performed on the FY19 budget. She used FY19 actual. A lot of that had to do with just the timing of when I began compared with when she began. And then, the previous or the subsequent reports after that were based on the FY21 budget to get the most up-to-date data. And then the most recent one was on the FY20 audited data.
Among those different approaches, is one preferred over the others?
I think there's pros and cons of both, and I could argue either way. Budget, obviously, you're allowed to go with the most recent information because the budgets are approved so far in advance, and it takes so long to get audited figures back. So a year end might be on June 30th. The report's technically not due until December 15th. So there's a little bit of lag there in getting those that information. So obviously, with the audited data, you have the exact information of what occurred that year. And with budgets, it's just hopefully a really good estimate that the board has approved, council's approved.
All right, and I believe this was referenced briefly before we got started, but you have provided the commission an updated report recently, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and would you please tell the commission what changes you made in providing that updated report?
The only changes I made is I entered FY20 audited data into the same model that we used previously.
And that's sort of going back to our previous discussion on budgeted versus audited figures and the pros and cons of each.
Well, I just thought using, just so we had a little bit of everything there, since their analysis was performed on audited data, I think it'd be nice to have some of my models on the same thing, since we prefer to use the budgeted data. So I just went ahead and prepared that, and just reviewing it, it's much more optimistic for both localities.
Okay, and when you undertook this update with the fiscal year 2020 data, were audited figures yet available for fiscal year 2021?
Yes, sir.
All right, and in your cover letter to that report, I believe there's mention of an adjustments for a bond issued in construction. Can you please explain that to the commission?
Yes, so I kind of wanted to show basically what the fund balance change was going to be. So here's the revenues, here's the expenses, and you would see. So for looking at Martinsville on the FY20 audit, they had 3.8 million, revenues over expenses and audit data for FY20. Now, if you go through and just calculate the exhibits for Henry County, they're going to be somewhere around 10 million. But that also includes a $26.5 million bond issuance and about $22 million in capital costs related for that. So I made an adjustment to their net operations for that to remove the revenue and the expense. That way you get a real idea without having the bond issuance adjusting the data.
Okay, and just to make sure I understand, and the commission does as well, would you regard that bond issuance for that fiscal year as out of the ordinary for purposes of budgeting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I believe you alluded to this, but relative to the previous fiscal projections you had done with the budgeted data versus the audited data, what did your updates with the audited data show?
Well, really for Martinsville, they might have some very negligible negatives, projected out over, 5, 6 years. For the most part, they're in the black every year, and then Henry County is very much in the black every year. They had, if you looked at their FY20 audit, they ended up with about, $6 million revenues over expenses. And so when you project forward and use those actual numbers going forward, it just provides a much more optimistic forecast.
All right, and does this change your opinion as to the viability of reversion for Henry County and Martinsville?
If anything, it only encourages it that it's actually more feasible.
And just to clarify, what, if any, other changes did you make to your methodology here for the 2020 audited figures as opposed to the 2021 budgeted? What, if any, changes did you make to your methodology?
0 changes.
Was it simply swapping out the 2020 budget or 2021 budget for 2021 audited?
It was, simply putting those numbers and then just that one adjustment for getting rid of the bond issuance.
All right, Mr. Stover, I'd like to shift your attention now to some other economic factors. Has your analysis considered financial or federal aid and stimulus money that has been or will be distributed to Virginia localities?
Yes, and the majority of that money is, well, one is on a reimbursement basis, so you have to spend it to get it back. And then 2, for the projects, it's meant for, it's supposed to be big capital projects. They're really encouraging broadband, water, sewer, those kinds of projects. But that's kind of just a one-time thing. That's definitely not going to fix the ongoing problems that the city faces.
All right, and just to clarify, does that change your opinion as to reversion and its viability for Henry County and Martinsville?
No, sir, it does not.
Okay. In your opinion, is reversion in the best interest of the city of Martinsville?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
Just for the savings. I mean, if you look at their budgeted data, even for FY21, they were projecting to spend $5.7 million of fund balance. So you can only do that for so many years before you go broke.
In your opinion, is reversion in the best interest of Henry County?
I believe it is after looking at the newest data that came out, yes, sir.
Why is that?
I mean, just look at the surplus they're going to experience. It's basically doubles from what they currently had in this year.
All right, and in your opinion, is reversion in the best interest of the Commonwealth of Virginia?
I believe it is, and for just the citizens of the region, yes.
All right. Mr. Stover, if you would, please answer any questions Mr. Carroll or the commission may have for you.
Good morning, Mr. Stover. How are you? Bear with me. I may bounce around a little bit, and I apologize. I was confused by a little bit of your testimony, so let me see if I can clear something up. Did you prepare 3 reports of FY19 budget, an FY21 budget, and an FY20 audited study?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the FY19 budgeted study, the 2019 study, that was presented to both the City of Martinsville City Council back in 2019, and then it was attached to the city's notice of reversion. Is that correct?
From my understanding, yes, sir.
And then the FY20 audited study was presented in the last few days to the commission. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, was the FY21 budgeted study presented to the commission?
I'm not seeing it.
That's why I was curious if you had an answer.
If you would, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
On that 21 question.
To your,
I do not know if it was presented or not. That was with the attorneys, so I don't know if that was included in the filings.
Mr. Carroll, I can address that. It's in, I believe, 2 tables of the notice. I can provide those for you.
okay, thank you. I knew there were some different numbers in the notice, and that's where I was going, Robert. Thank you. I do want to clear up one thing. Do you know, you mentioned maintaining neutral tax rates for Martinsville post-reversion. Do you know what their current tax rate is?
Oh, it's something about $1.04, but going from my original report, they were, when I originally prepared it, they were at $1.06.
$6.21.
Yes, sir.
Do you know if the city of Martinsville has reduced its real estate tax?
From what I understand, it sounds like they went to 1.04, yes, sir.
And I think there was some testimony about the personal property tax. Based on your study, what was the personal property tax for the city of Martinsville at the time you did the FY 2019 budgeted study?
$2.30.
So at the time you did it, it wasn't $1.85. It may or may not be now, but
Well, machinery and tools was $1.85, personal property was $2.30.
you're not a taxpayer in Henry County.
Yes, sir.
And you agree that their current tax rate is 55 cents?
Yes, sir.
And so a 5 to 8 cent tax increase is approximately 8 to 12% increase for the taxpayers in Henry County.
Yes, sir.
You testified that you could not imagine that the costs of space, additional space that may be needed for Henry County post-reversion would be significant. Just for the benefit of the commission, you've not conducted any space assessments or facilities assessments.
No, sir.
And none have been, to your knowledge, prepared for you or for the city. And I don't think I heard that quite answer.
Oh, no, sir. Sorry.
You mentioned some cost savings that were reflected in the Salmon report, also referred to as the Davis study. To be clear, those cost savings were reflected in your 2019 report and are reflected in your other reports as well.
Yes, sir.
So there's not an additional savings there that has not been accounted for.
No, sir.
And based on your review of Ms. Schauber's study, she included those cost savings in her study, did she not?
I believe you did.
You stated that there were 0 changes between your methodology previously and your most recent methodology. And that may all well be true, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding something. When I look at your 2019 report, which I know you have with you, and I'm looking at your summary page, I see, for example, cities' revenues of 52 million and expenditures of 51 million. But then when I look at your detailed summary for the FY 20 audited data, the document you submitted or the city submitted most recently, I see revenues of 85 million compared to 52 million and expenditures of 81 million compared to 51 million. And that's not a change in methodology, but I'm thinking you've included proprietary funds in there.
Correct. I was originally requested to not include this, so I prepared it as requested.
And the proprietary funds run at a surplus, if you will, they add to the city's fund balance, for lack of a better term. I know I'm not precise in my terminology, I apologize.
Yes, for mine, I don't have the exact figures in front of me, but yes.
So including the proprietary funds would, I guess, enhance the way the numbers come across.
In theory, yes.
I believe you conceded on direct that you did not take into account, I think I already touched on this, but you did not take into account capital expenditures, space that the county may need after reversion.
Yes, sir.
With regard to budgeted expenses versus audited expenses, and I agree there's value to both, they both can have value, but upon my review of the city's financial information, it seems they frequently budget a use of fund balance that ultimately does not materialize. Do you agree with that assessment?
I couldn't answer that for you right now. I don't have those figures in my head.
If that were the case, if they budgeted to use fund balance that ultimately they did not have to use, would that indicate a preference for using audited data over budgeted data?
No, I think it is, some localities are more conservative and more aggressive in their budgets than others. And it could be both on the expenditure or the revenue side.
I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Doesn't lead you to think that the audited data may have more precise information as how things actually played out versus budgeting that obviously was forecast off some. Whatever the legitimate reason may have been.
I think it varies by locality. I mean, you could have one big year, be a big project. I mean, you have a mold remediation at your courthouse and spend $1 million 1 year, so the actual might not be a good number to use.
Did you do that level of detail to see if there were any, like you mentioned the debt for the county, for example, any other things that really stood out to you as affecting these numbers, one-time issues?
Not particularly. It was really just only the debt and the capital expenditures.
So do you think that COVID-19 impacts the FY20 numbers you used?
It could.
Do you think the city, for example, cut expenditures in the second half of fiscal year 20, which is reflected in the numbers you generated or you viewed based on the FY20 audited numbers?
I did not review their financial data broken down by month or, by time period. So all I had was for the whole fiscal year. So I did not even elaborate on
So you can't comment on whether they cut spending at the tail end of that fiscal year and that's reflected in the audited figures?
No, sir.
And you know if CARES Act funds that came in at the end of the fiscal year are accounted for in your FY20 audited figures?
Yeah, but you got a CARES Act, as I said, it's reimbursement. You spend it and it comes in. So it's net effect is zero on both localities.
It's not your position here today that Henry County is in a far superior financial position than Martinsville, I presume. Is that correct?
Oh, no, sir.
The county, like the city, is confronting many of the same demographic headwinds you heard the mayor speak about. And its fiscal stress, I don't know, have you looked at the county's fiscal stress level?
I don't have the top of my head, but I know you weren't too far from Martinsville.
Looking at your FY21 audited report, and I think towards the end of your testimony on direct, you were speaking.
Just to clarify part of it, it's FY21 budget or FY20 audit?
Thank you, I appreciate that. I do get the numbers can be confusing at times.
Yes.
I'm looking at the FY20 audit. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And I think you were testifying to these figures towards the end of your direct with Mr. Claver. And I think you were saying that the numbers reflected more favorably for the county under the FY20 numbers than it did under the FY19 numbers.
Yes, sir.
Is the same true for the city?
Yes, sir.
If I'm looking at your forecasting, tell me if I'm reading this correctly, forecast for FY25 at Martinsville didn't revert. Are you talking about a $4.8 million contribution fund balance? If they didn't revert? May I
Yeah,
just,
please.
because again, I just trying to make sure I understand, and then the commission. Actually, let's just go straight to it. I'm wondering what this column means.
Yes, that would be the city just kind of projected forward, going forward, without reversion.
And so that was the number, just for the record, that was the number for FY25 summary, which showed a revenue, if it did not revert, for the city of 93 million, an expenditure of 88 million, and a net operations surplus of 4.8 million. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
May I have just one moment?
Please.
looking back at your FY20 audited data that we were just looking at, those forecasts without reversion, those numbers reflect surpluses, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So if reversion takes more than 9 months, the city is not facing a loss of money over a situation where they are being seriously harmed over the next 2 or 3 years.
If you want to look at that one particular data, that is, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Commissioners, do you all have questions? Okay, please.
Can you help me understand what proprietary funds would be?
Those would be the enterprise funds, so like water, sewer, electric, telecommunications.
And.
No, please.
You assumed a 5-cent increase in the tax, I guess, total taxes.
Real estate tax.
Real estate taxes. Do you know what 5% equates to? Because you're showing a $12 million, if I'm reading this right, a $12 million net operation number appears across the counties.
I'm going to look at this FY20 audited figures.
I'm looking at this summary
Yes,
table
ma'am.
that shows about 12 million in the county line.
It was a 5-cent increase, wasn't 5%.
I know, but you did, what percent does 5 cent, like, if you calculated what 5?
Roughly, that was
is?
about, well, it was a little over 10%.
So what's the dollar number? I get it, maybe I'm not asking my question very.
It was going to generate $2 million of revenue.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Thank you.
Very good.
Questions from the commissioners? I have a couple.
Please.
So, first of all, when we look at the numbers on, and I'll move to the detail. So, for example, the net operations of $3.8 million, you're suggesting that there's a surplus that would go to fund balance. What are the fund balances for both the city and the county in dollars and percentage of total budget?
I do not have that information available for you right now, but I could calculate that pretty quickly.
Okay, so
If we can have council provide those estimates as a follow-up after these proceedings.
the reason why I ask is exactly, I think, what some of the discussion is. So if Martinsville has $1 in fund balance and they're adding 3.8 million, that tells a story. And if Henry County has 100 million in fund balance and they're adding another 12, that tells a story. So I think we need to see the holistic picture of not only kind of what the audit said in terms of for fiscal year 20, what was the surplus, but also what was addition to fund balance. And I think it would help us to know, and we can get this from the capper, but I'll ask you all to give us this one summary sheet, what the different categories of fund balance is, because they may have, of a $10 million fund balance, all of it is committed. So what is the unassigned fund balance for both the county and the city? I'm going to keep going.
Please, I'll just make a note here for me.
You mentioned something about the personal property and maximizing the PPTRA. Can you give us a little more detail about that?
Yes, so originally I had proposed a tax rate that if you had assessed that tax rate, the dollar value that was assessed would be below the PPTRA amount that the city received. So with that analysis, we were required to kind of increase the tax rate to make sure that we don't get in trouble with the PPTR rate there. But with that, there's also a benefit. If you're getting right up to that edge right there, most of the citizens who are sitting there getting taxed that full amount, they're going to get 100% PPTRA. So they actually get no tax bill. So it's a little bit of fluctuation there. And what we did notice is that the average dollar vehicle on the inventory for the assessment list there has been increasing the past few years. It was definitely much lower than anybody anticipated it being when we finally looked at it. So now that we see it increasing, it is trending in the right direction. And I imagine with inflation, and I don't know if you purchased a car recently, I imagine those prices are gonna start going up. You see that average inventory value go up.
So is the 70,
What's PP or?
PPTRA?
Personal property tax.
So remember when you get your tax bill, it says pay you to 400, and then you
That's fine.
take off 200, that's
I
PPT.
just didn't understand.
So you've calculated a potential reversion rate of 75 cents. Am I
Yes,
reading that correctly?
yes, ma'am.
Does that take advantage of all of the PPTRA for the city of Martinsville?
It does not, it would have to be higher.
Okay, so is that not the right, is that?
No, it is right. I wanted to leave all of my, basically all the assumptions the same. I didn't want to have, when you're looking at the data, I don't want it to feel like I was nitpicking and trying to improve here and improve there. I wanted to keep the model the same and just update the numbers.
Okay. So if I was in the city of Martinsville, it's not gonna be 75 cents on my personal property.
It would probably be closer to just north of $1.
Okay. The other question I have is kind of twofold. So you said you've entered the fiscal year 20 audited numbers, including the enterprise funds now.
Yes.
Okay, which makes it look very different when you look at the projections on 50 million versus 80 million. So that's interesting. But of those enterprise funds, will they all stay with Martinsville? And I don't know if that's a question for y'all. Will you keep water and sewer? Will you keep electric? Will you keep all of those sorts of things? So the reversion is really about general government services, which is what your initial numbers only included, correct?
Correct.
So we may want to take a look at it, and while I appreciate the fiscal year 20 audit data for the total government, we may want to revise those back so we're consistent in our methodology for general government services only, because that's what we're worried about. When those general government services go to Henry County, what does that tax rate look like potentially? And I also think that the fund balance discussion is very important, because if we calculate a 5 cent tax rate or an 8 cents tax rate, your question about how much is the value of a penny for both the city of Martinsville and Henry County, what is the value of a penny? And there may be sufficient funds potentially that you wouldn't have to increase the tax rate. You could use some level of fund balance. Which brings me to my next question. Do you both have financial policies, and can we also get copies of those? That's all my questions.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I have another question. I apologize. And this may not be for you, but do you know what the average tax bill is in the city versus the county or Adams County?
I don't have that exactly right now. We had calculated that years and years ago. And we were just looking at what an average bill increase would be. But I don't have that exact information.
Okay, and if that's some information you might be able to get.
Can you give us that for real estate and personal property?
Thank you.
Because you'll want.
And does the timing of the reversion impact the amount of federal stimulus, ARP money, whatever, do you know?
That's kind of a tricky question I don't believe so. And I'm trying to answer honest. I don't believe it will. But you're kind of going down a lot of legalese there that I'd hire somebody to look at it.
Vice Chairman?
And just for the record, staff has initiated an inquiry with the Virginia Department of Accounts on that.
Okay.
If I recall correctly, there would not be. But we need to confirm that and clarify that inquiry has been made.
Okay, thanks.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I'm not sure if CARES was reimbursable, but ARPA, the American Rescue Plan funds, are not.
Right.
And so localities received their first tranche of funds within the last month or so. They'll get their second tranche, I think, next July roughly, but there has to be a spending plan in order for you all to utilize those funds. Would we be able to get a copy of those spending plans if adopted? Now, remember, you've got 4 years. So if the city hasn't decided it or the county hasn't either, that's fine. But if you do have anything that shows what those funds are going to be used for, that, in your spending plan, that would be helpful.
Madam Chair, from the county's perspective, we're still formulating that fund.
Perfect.
And you're right, we got half of our money in May, we'll get the other half next.
And the city's still putting its list together, and that then the council will have to consider.
It's not a
It's not
problem,
yet.
and thank you for answering that question. Any other questions? Yes.
I have a follow-up question, and not to be so redundant, but okay. I just want to revisit personal property tax. So again, your analysis that included a 75-cent tax rate. But if I'm understanding you correctly, in order to get 100% of, or be compliant with PPTRA and receive the full amount provided by the state, that rate would have to be, I think you said probably closer to $1.
Just north of $1 is what I calculated last time, but that was also before the new tax rolls came out, where even the value of vehicles went up even more. So I looked, probably in the interim period between there, and it was already going down for my initial projection where I calculated out what it had been.
Okay, and then as a follow-up to that, in lieu, or despite that increase, you're saying that if it goes up to closer to $1, despite that increase, more vehicles or more taxpayers within a hypothetical town of Martinsville would receive 100% relief compared to where things are now.
They probably wouldn't do 100% just because the office has to have a little leeway there for new vehicles that are getting added and everything. But yes, it would be pretty much the majority of the tax bill. If you set the rate appropriately, you really, the majority of the tax bill, they'd be able to get full relief.
Okay,
Or close to.
okay, thank you.
No problem.
I should have just a brief redirect. Mr. Stover, just to clarify, what is the city of Martinsville's financial position relative to Henry County? Better, worse, or the same?
From our analysis and why we're here is typically every year they were definitely dipping into fund balance.
All right, and in any of the matters raised with cross-examination with Mr. Carroll, and matters raised with the commission, do these considerations change your opinion as to the viability of reversion for Martinsville and Henry County?
It does not. A forecast is a whole, it's an exercise in estimation anyways, using some statistical data, but it's the best you can do.
Does it change your opinion as to whether reversion is in the best interest of Martinsville,
It does not.
of Henry County, of the Commonwealth of Virginia?
Yes, sir.
And I believe now we'd like to call Mr. Warnick to testify.
And council, if I may just indicate, I have a time of 11:24. We're still planning for a noon break, but can be flexible. As needed.
Yeah, we may be able to get through part of his testimony, break, and whatever time is convenient, take lunch, come back. Or we can, whatever the commission prefers would be fine. I'm not sure we can get through it all before lunch if we were looking for a noon lunchtime.
Do you think we can be flexible to about 12:30? Sure. Would that be okay? 12:30?
I will.
Make a hard stop for 12:30. How about that?
I'll take my timer. I'll give you again about 10 minutes.
Okay, that'd be great. Good morning. Could you introduce yourself to the commission?
From Leon Torneski, city manager, city marshal.
And could you please provide just a brief summary of what your duties are as a city manager?
Certainly oversee the daily operations of the city, provide direct oversight of the various city departments. Provide information related to council meetings, agenda, represent city council or the city at various meetings, various boards and commissions. And again, basically overseeing the day-to-day operations of the city.
And how long have you served as city manager?
I was appointed interim city manager at the end of 2011, been in permanent position since early 2013. I've been with the city for quite a while, since 1982. Kind of interestingly, in one of the opening statements, it was mentioned how long reversion has been going on. And I vividly recall one of the first few days of my tenure with the city, the assistant city manager that kind of walked by my office and handed me a study and said, "Here, you might want to read this." And it was a reversion study that I think had actually been done in late 1970s. But I started as a city engineer, moved to the position of public works director in 1984, held that position, and then in 2008 assumed the dual role of assistant city manager, public works director, and moved to the interim city manager at the end of 2011, full-time city manager today.
And do you also have a role on the Martinsville-Henry County Economic Development Corporation?
Yes, sir, I do. The bylaws has the city manager's position as a seat on the EDC, so I represent the city on the EDC.
And could you tell us what the EDC does?
EDC is a nonprofit group between the Harvest Foundation, the city, the county, and the Chamber of Commerce. Primary functions would include primarily recruitment of business and industry to the industrial parks in the county. They're also involved in tourism. They operate the visitor center located here in this complex, and also involved in business development.
And are you familiar with the voluntary settlement agreement that's before the commission?
Yes, sir.
And were you involved in any way in negotiating that settlement? And can you tell me, does the voluntary settlement agreement include terms and conditions that would govern the reversion of the city to town status?
Yes, it does.
And tell me, as city manager, why the city is pursuing reversion, just in short term?
I think we've concluded, and I think we just heard the testimony from Mr. Stover, that it's simply financially, for the city to continue to operate as an independent city, is simply financially unsustainable.
From a financial perspective, you're part of the budget discussions. What is it that's unsustainable from the city's perspective that's leading it to consider reversion?
Just a little bit of history. If you go back maybe 20-some years, 25 years, this community, Martinsville-Henry County area, was well known for textiles and furniture. There were numerous plants in this area. They operated. A number of those facilities were in the city. Of course, we all know what happened with furniture and textiles in the late 1990s. That industrial base for us vanished. Some of those properties have since been redeveloped. Some vacant, some actually, some of the properties, buildings burned, caught fire, and been destroyed. But in those days, again, within a strong industrial base, and again, use the city utilities. The city does provide full service utilities. We have run electric, water, sewer, refuse collection, and then now we have our telecom fiber optic system. But the operation of those utilities provided substantial revenue for the city that the city's utility infrastructure was older, basically been paid for. So there was a substantial amount of revenue that was generated from those utilities. And in those early days, that allowed transfers from those utilities of proprietary funds to occur back to the general fund that offset the general fund expenses. Then in the general fund, we refer to typically where the typical general municipal services are housed: fire, public safety, EMS, the administrative functions, courts, parks and rec, all of those types of things fall into the city's general fund. So the revenue generated or derived from the use of utilities was transferred back and allowed that budgeting process to continue for many, many years. Or that all has changed. And if you kind of move forward to what we've seen in the last half dozen years or so, we've encountered a number of infrastructure projects with water and sewer, for example, that require debt service. So now those profits, if you will, are now being used to pay the debt service on water sewer. Electric, in that particular case, what we found is that the price or the cost to actually purchase electricity that the city then turns around and distributes to the customers of the city, that cost has increased. So consequently, there's just not much of an ability to transfer a profit, if you begin, if you want to call it that, from the enterprise funds to the proprietary funds back to the general fund. Those funds all balance, they all operate within themselves. The excess revenue typically now goes toward maintaining the cash reserve policy. Questions asked earlier, the city has financial policies and do. So those profits are used to maintain financial cash reserve policy that city council has adopted for utilities. It's used to cover capital. It's used to cover basically the operation of utilities with very little opportunity to transfer back to the general fund. In the last 5, 6, 7 years, as we begin our budget process, it's become somewhat of a predictable pattern. And again, the utilities typically balance within themselves. And what we find is we begin balancing the general fund is there is always a gap between the revenue that comes in from traditional sources, and that would be taxes, fees, those types of things. And the requests that we get for expenses from public safety, from the administrative functions, from public works. In recent years, that gap every year seems to get larger and larger. Just as an example, our general fund budget is the total city budget is just shy of 100 million. The general fund budget, which typically when we refer to the budget, that's the piece of the budget that we are well on. That budget is about 33 million. We add together all of the traditional sources of revenue that the city tap into, the real estate taxes and so on. It's about 29 million. So there's always a gap between actual revenue that we can get from traditional sources and the requests. Prior years, and again, I mentioned good days of when utilities were operating with a substantial profit, there was an ability to transfer funds from utilities back to the general fund to shore that up and to cover that. That has pretty much gone. What we now do is, as we begin that process, the budget ends up being balanced with, again, use of fund balance. And the city does budget conservatively. I think we've included that. We tend to be conservative in expenditures and revenue. And at the end of the year, that does produce a fund balance that goes back to the city, or an unassigned fund balance. Every year we balance the budget, we have to tap into that unassigned fund balance to then balance the general fund budget. Again, the question was asked about, do we have financial policies in place? And we do. City Council has adopted a reserve policy where we try to maintain 10% of the general fund budget as unassigned fund balance. So a good example would be this year, we did the budget, the budget. Again, there was that gap that existed up front. We dipped into or tapped into the fund balance, which actually brought the unassigned fund balance below that 10% threshold that we try to keep. Recognizing that if we have a typical year, there will be money that goes back into the unassigned fund balance that helps bring it back up to where it needs to be. But every year it just ratchets a little tighter and a little tighter. Over the years, we've had to do some things to reduce expenditures in the general fund.
Can you maybe give us an example of, purchases or that sort of thing that you had to forego as a result?
But what we have to do, yes, some of our capital equipment, for example, we have to delay. Good example, I think I've used previously, is that we may get a request from the police department for police cars. We may only be able to fund 2, so the next year, the 2 that we didn't fund this year now is added to the next year's list. So step 4, they're asking for 5 or 6, and that just continues in that manner. And from time to time, we get to a point where either due to the size of equipment, for example, a fire truck that might be a $500,000 or $600,000 piece of equipment, or other equipment used in public works, or just the sheer number of police cars and sheriff's vehicles. We will have to do a capital purchase. We'll simply combine all of that into one package, with short-term financing, and then buy a lot of capital at one time, which solves the capital piece, at least for the time being. The other side of that is then we have the debt service that we have to pay for short-term borrowing, which then impacts our ability to do capital the next year, or at least the next 5 years if that capital piece is affected.
Could you speak to any personnel cuts that you've had to make as a result of?
We've done that, and I think as the mayor alluded to earlier, typically, what we do is as positions become vacant, we first look at, we have to fill that position, can we combine that position with something else? In many cases, we do that, or in some cases, we just eliminate or not hire that position. We've done a few things like that. I guess a good example would be, several years ago, in our Parks and Rec department, the director retired, so we had an opportunity to fill that position back with Parks and Rec. We opted instead to contract with the local YMCA for our Parks and Rec service, and eliminated the need to hire back a Parks and Rec director, secretary, run and maintain an office for a while. And that generated some savings for the city. Several other positions a few years ago, we had a city engineer position that was combined with public works. We did not fill that position, and there have just been a variety of those kinds of positions that over the years we've either eliminated completely or we've delayed hiring those positions.
And that means if the need for an engineer comes up, then you've got to contract out for that.
Well, we either contract out, I'm still a PE, so sometimes I wear another hat, but yes, that's.
And have you also talked about the need to potentially reduce school staffing and funding as a result of the fiscal squeeze?
Well, the local contribution to city schools is the largest component of the city's general fund budget. So when we have to look at reductions in our general fund, we certainly have to look at where the largest expenditures in our general fund budget are. That typically is going to be, unfortunately, schools and then public safety, police, fire, EMS.
You know, I had promised the commission another map, so can you put up the one for the government building location? This is city. Thank you. And again, for those in the audience who can see, we'll be able to see these things on these locations on the map on the screens. But I will ask Mr. And I apologize, I think it's a Tornicky, it's Torniski, Mr. Torniski to identify these, especially for the record, so that that's complete. So these are primarily government type buildings. Can you walk us through the locations of the buildings shown on the map, starting with, say, at the bottom, the Martinsville Municipal Courts?
Certainly the map is pretty large scale, so it's kind of hard to forget. But if you look at the very bottom of the map, you'll see the heading Municipal Building and Courts. Just north of that, the Department of Health and then the Department of Social Services. City Municipal Building is just kind of diagonal from this building, Church Street. The Health Department is located on Commonwealth Boulevard, which is a short distance from here. Department of Social Services is actually located in the Fairview Business Park, which is north of this location as well.
Can you tell me, what does the city use the municipal building for?
The city municipal building is primarily a court facility. There are actually 3 courts in the building, circuit the general district on the main floor. And then at the lower level is what previously, I guess, was J&E Court, family court. The constitutional officers and the court clerks are all in that building, with the exception of the sheriff's office, which is located adjacent to the building. All of the municipal administrative functions are housed in the building. Again, be public works, finance, human resources, community development, office, building, city council, meeting chambers within that building.
Is the city jail near that or
City
connected
jail
to it?
is actually 2 or 3 elements of the city jail. There's an older part of the jail that's actually attached to the building and part of the city municipal building. Immediately behind the building is a newer building that's actually a metal building it was an annex, but that's also used for jail purposes for housing the inmate population. And then shown on the map, kind of north of everything that I've just described, is the prison farm, which is another facility used by the city of Martinsville more or less as a work release type of facility.
Okay, and then I see at the very farthest north on the map are the Henry County courts.
Yes,
And the 911 call center, that's a joint operation?
it is, yes.
If we could put up the BSA, I think I'll have Mr. Martinsky talk about a number of provisions of that. If you could scroll to section 3.01. Let's see, you got that, okay. 3.01, correct. I'd like to have you walk the commission through some of the basic provisions of the VSA, but just to familiarize them with it and those in the audience and the public who are watching online and here in the building. What will happen to the constitutional officers serving Martinsville upon reversion?
On the effective date of reversion, the offices and the officers' terms, their rights, duties, responsibilities, powers of compensation, all actually end with the effective date of reversion. And from that point forward, residents of the town of Martinsville will serve by those comparable entities in the county.
And does the voluntary settlement agreement address what the transition of sheriff's offices as well?
Yes, it does. The sheriffs have been authorized to negotiate those matters related to transition of city sheriff functions to the county. City sheriff functions, I think we discussed earlier, the 3 main functions would be courtroom security, detention, and then civil process. And then in addition, there's negotiation, potential to negotiate Martinsville's continued use of the inmate work release program, as well as the transfer of personal property related to the operation of the sheriff's department.
And what happens to the office space of constitutional officers? And if you could scroll down just a bit so we can see all 3.03.
The office space would continue to be owned by Martinsville. Town would extend to the county to use, or at least to use the space occupied in the building currently by the Commonwealth office. That would be offered on a 5-year lease with 1-year renewables after the 5-year lease. And the county would be responsible for maintaining the security related to that. Any other office space would be used as well.
And how about the jail facilities that you mentioned, the jail, the metal annex, and the prison farm?
That would continue to be offered likewise to the county with a 5-year lease that calls renewables options to renew at the end of that for jail purposes.
And if we could scroll down to the next page. And the personal property of constitutional officers, how is that handled?
That would be transferred on the effective date of reversion. I would note there are 2 of the constitutional functions that the town would, or parts of 2 that the town would retain. Certainly the treasurer's function, the town would retain because of the utilities and operations that would need to be continued. And there are some functions of the Commissioner of Revenue's office that would be retained by the town. The exception would be the assessor's element of the Commissioner Revenue's Office, and that portion of property would be transferred to the county.
And how about the records of the constitutional officer?
The records would be transferred to the extent that some of the records are needed by the town to continue to function. Those records would be kept. The county would be allowed to inspect and make copies of those records. They need for
Moving to section 4. What does the VSA provide regarding the courts that currently serve the city of Martinsville?
On the effective date of reversion, the courts, what functions would cease to exist. City would continue to own that, Martinsville would continue to own that space. Cases would be transferred to the county on the effective date of reversion, unless the Chief Justice determines that information needs to be transferred sooner. If there are cases where Martinsville is a party, then the town of Martinsville is simply substituted in for the city.
And is it your understanding that some cases are already being transferred or will be soon by the Chief Judge?
My understanding that certain cases are scheduled well in advance, so it may be from an administrative standpoint beneficial to transfer that information sooner. That ultimately is up to the Chief Justice, but I think it's reasonable to expect that problem will occur.
In terms of the court properties, I think you mentioned that they are retained. Does that hold true for the courthouse spaces and for the clerk's offices?
Yes, Martinsville would retain ownership of that space. Again, as we mentioned previously, space occupied by the General District Court would be offered to the county. 5-year lease again, with year renewal, subject to in the county providing security for that. Other space again would be used or could be used by Martinsville.
And the personal property and records of the courts and clerks?
Personal property again would be transferred with the effective date of conversion. There could be situations where it may be beneficial for some information to be transferred prior to the date. That would be again determined by Chief Justice.
If we can scroll to section 5. With respect to public schools, what will happen to the Martinsville City School Division on the effective date of reversion?
On the effective date of reversion, the city school division dissolves. Town residents will then be served by the Henry County School Division.
And in prior voluntary settlement agreements, has it been your understanding that city school divisions have dissolved and then the matters that they were handling now are covered by their county schools?
That is correct. And again, in the case of city schools, it would be a dissolution. The county school division would be the sole remaining public education in the county that would then serve the residents of town.
And I know the question was asked previously by staff as to whether Martinsville City Public Schools had a role in this process. Did the city schools participate in the negotiation process in any way?
They attended, I think, one of the earlier mediation sessions that we had as the city and the county met to work on issues of memorandum of understanding. Yes,
Did reversion come up in the course of the budget process? Have you worked with the city schools on that process?
came up to the extent of schools inquiring, in our case, city schools inquiring, how would they budget for this next year, the fiscal year that we're actually in, and we certainly had to advise them to budget as if it were a normal year. Again, not knowing ultimately what may happen with scheduling and whole issues. Yes, it did come up.
And does it come up in recurring conversations that you have with the superintendent of the
Yes,
city school?
actually, I have a standing, I and our finance director have a standing monthly phone conversation, school superintendent and typically his finance.
And you discuss reversion in that process?
Yes.
Are there any terms as to how the county school division will operate following reversion here. And if you could scroll down to section 506, that would be great.
We did agree to a comprehensive study, that the advisory in nature. The focus of that study would be to work on educational quality, racial, economic equity, efficient use of buildings and facilities, transfer or sharing of administrative functions, how that would occur, overall efficiency, perhaps, again, I mentioned transportation, given the demographics. So a variety of those kinds of issues will be looked at.
And will any entities at the state level be invited to participate?
Both the State Board of Education and the Virginia Department of Education participate, and we do anticipate at least 2 public meetings for giving citizens of the community opportunity for input.
And have any efforts been undertaken so far to get that study underway?
Yes, both city, county representatives have met with Harvest Foundation. They've indicated some interest in funding that study, but they do want to wait until the reversion process is farther down and actually locked in, I guess, to use a term that makes to us. We have agreed, city counties agreed that if for whatever reason Harvest Foundation is not willing to fully participate, that we would approach the General Assembly about providing assistance in regard to funding.
So the Harvest Foundation's position is they're waiting until it's locked in to fund it, but
Well,
they're interested.
yeah,
in
and, you may recall there was a pretty comprehensive study that Harvest Foundation was involved in 10, 12 years ago that, again, a fairly comprehensive and expensive study. Went to the very end of the process and then kind of went to the back burner at that point. So they did a considerable expenditure in that study that unfortunately never panned out. So I think might be a gun show, might be a word to use.
Understood. Do the localities anticipate requesting any further funding from the General Assembly? And if you could move to 11.06, I'd appreciate it.
We anticipate going to the Board of Education and requesting that for a period of 15 years after the effective date of conversion, that the Board of Education use the lower of the local composite index between the 2 jurisdictions to use that in determining state aid that's distributed to the county school system for education funding. Obviously, the lower the composite index, the more state aid that results from that. So between the 2 jurisdictions, we requested that the lower between the town of Martinsville and Henry County be used.
And is that request based on something in the code that suggests that might be?
Partly based on incentives in the state code. My understanding with what happened after the veteran conversion does require a special appropriation of the General Assembly or specific appropriation.
And are you aware of any recent actions by the General Assembly to provide incentives for example, school district consolidation? School district
I
consolidation?
believe earlier this year, in the case of Allegheny County and the city of Covington, there were some incentives that were made available for the combination of the school system. I think it was $1.5 million. It was over the second year of the volume 2022.
And do you anticipate the city and Henry County would request similar sorts of incentives from the General Assembly? Absolutely. We could scroll back up, sorry, to 5.03. I'd like to just touch on the school board properties and what would happen under the VSA.
Upon reversion, the property would be city school property would be transferred either to the town of Martinsville or the Henry County School Board.
So, school properties being transferred to the town, which are those?
Transferred to the town would be 3 existing school buildings would be Druid Hills Elementary School, Patrick Henry Elementary School, and Clearview Learning Center. There's an old gymnasium located adjacent to Martinsville School that would be kept and has some historical significance. And across the street from Clearview is actually a city park and athletic field, ball field that's been used by the city as a park for many, many years. Those 5 properties will be transferred to the town.
And does the VSA dictate how the town will use those properties?
It indicates that the properties have to be used for a taxable purpose, with the exception of gym and perhaps to a certain extent athletic fields, as long as those fields continue to be used for recreational park athletic purposes. They can remain. The remaining properties have to be again used for a taxable purpose, and that would be defined to some purpose that obviously adds to the tax base, creates tax revenue. Most likely, given that those 3 schools are primarily in neighborhoods and residential areas, we would look from some type of residential apartment, townhouse type development. There is a potential that at Druid Hills that may be used as a veterans service center. If that does not ultimately work, then again, it has to be used for a taxable purpose, which again, most likely would be some type of a residential purpose.
And which school properties, and this is, I think, covered in 5.04, are being transferred to the county schools?
Transfer to the county would be Albert Harris Elementary School, Middle School, and then Martinsville High School.
Does the voluntary settlement agreement dictate how those departments will be used?
No, although we'll ask the county school board to allow the continued use of the auditorium at Martinsville High School for leisure civic purposes. It's a fairly large auditorium, it's a fairly high seating capacity.
And you had mentioned the Harvest Foundation study. You anticipate that'll play a role in determining how school buildings
We
will be
would
used?
certainly hope that the county school board takes into account also that study in determining the most efficient use of properties.
And lastly, what about, and this is the personal property and records of the Martinsville School Division? How is that covered?
The
VSA.
personal property records would be transferred to the county school board on effective date of conversion. If it is necessary for some of those records to be viewed and inspected earlier than, I think, 6 months prior to the effective date of conversion, those records can be reviewed, inspected, and copied.
I'm turning to section 6.01. Do Martinsville and Henry County currently operate joint health departments and departments of social services?
Yes, they do. City currently participates in that.
And how does the VSA address those functions?
Upon the effective date of reversion, the city would no longer participate in either the governance or funding of either of those.
And what happens to those properties?
The city county currently have joint interest in the property, and the town has been paying property to.
And does the agreement, and if you could scroll down just a little bit further down the page, I guess onto the next page, 6.0302, does the agreement also cover the other sorts of services that Martinsville will continue to provide, and if so, how?
Absolutely. The town will have to continue to provide the typical urban services, typically the same type of services that the city now provides. Public safety, fire EMS, all the administrative functions, utilities that we currently provide. Typically, all of those same services will continue to be provided uptown and more.
And are there any set funding levels that are required to be provided for those services following reversion?
Those services have to be funded at least at the same level as provided in the FY21 budget.
If we could scroll back up to 6.02, and think I skipped over that. Is Martinsville going to be, continue to be required to participate in other joint efforts with Henry County? And if so, what?
Yes, the Martinsville will continue to participate both in the governance and funding of, I believe, 6 entities: the Blue Ridge Airport Authority, Blue Ridge Beacon Library, Martinsville-Henry County EDC, Martinsville 911 Center, Community College, and the Chambers Partnership for Economic Growth, which is a arm of the Congress.
Turning back to my previous question about urban services, I know you heard the previous testimony by the mayor. As a town, what's your view on the level of staffing that will continue to need to be provided to carry out those urban services?
Staffing would have to remain at least at the current level, with the exception of the Constitution officers, but at least at the current level, if not actually increase over a period of time.
And by increase, you're referencing the public safety functions as well as some limited additional positions that you've had to eliminate that you mentioned earlier that are critical to the town continuing to operate.
That's right.
Does the VSA address, and this is in 2.0402, the town's retention of city employees?
It does. Generally, employees of the city will become employees of the town automatically. Again, there are 2 positions in the Commissioner of Revenue's office that would also become employees of the town, as would the treasurer's functions. Beyond that, employees, the Constitution officers and their employees, work employees, employees of the city school system would not become town employees. We obviously would hope that as those services transition to the county and the expanded offering of those services to both county residents and the town of Martinsville, there would be a need for additional staffing. So we would obviously hope that those employees would see opportunities to carry on those functions in the county.
Now, since we're in 2.04, I'd like to also talk a little bit about the public servants who will continue to serve the town upon reversion. Can you tell me what will happen to the city's mayor and city council members when reversion takes effect?
The city mayor becomes the town mayor, city council becomes town council. There will have to be a special election prior to the effective all of those seats of those individuals that currently serve in those capacities will remain in those capacities until their seats are either re-elected or there will have to be a special election prior to the effective date.
And what, if any, and if we could scroll to 7.01, what, if any, effect will Martinsville becoming a part of Henry County have on the Henry County Board of Supervisors?
With the addition of Martinsville, their property, the area of Martinsville now added to the county, the county districts will have to be redrawn, changing the number and both changing the districts in the county to reflect that. There will have to be, again, with the revised district and number of districts, a special election by the Board of Supervisors to fill those seats.
Does the VSA include anything about the drawing of those lines?
For both the Board of Supervisors and the school board, there has to be at least one district drawn entirely within the boundary of the city of town of Martinsville.
And does that requirement for at least one Martinsville district apply to any later redistricting?
Yes, it is. In conformance with whatever the applicable federal or state law.
We could move to section 11, 11.11. So focusing on the BSA and how it's to be carried out, does it include any provisions dealing with cooperation between the city and the county?
Yes, it does.
And is that reflected in section 11.11 that is on the screen?
It is basically, we acknowledge our intent to conform with the voluntary settlement agreement. Not to refrain from providing anything related to the agreement and to effectuate the best we can the transfer of property and services as has been described in the BSA.
And looking at 11.13, how would any disputes under the agreement be resolved?
Disputes would be resolved either through the courts or arbitration, depending on the timing of the disputes. Many disputes that occur after the effective date of reversion would be resolved through the courts. Initially through the special court, who by that time will have an opportunity to review a short voluntary settlement agreement. Or if that court has been dissolved, it will be through a federal or state court having jurisdiction. Any disputes prior to the effective date of reversion will be resolved. Arbitration with the Hammond Group, specifically hired Supreme Court Justice King Branch, who assisted with the mediation efforts that we had earlier this year.
So I'm going to look at a couple sort of miscellaneous provisions here in the settlement agreement. If we could move to section 2.02. What happens with the city charter upon reversion?
On reversion, the city charter will be conformed to the town charter. Likewise, city ordinances will become town ordinances. Likewise, from the independent city, once it reverts, does not have the option to go back to an independent city.
Before I talk a little bit about, or ask you to talk a little bit about the date for reversion, I know you were here for the mayor's testimony about the industrial parks and the revenue sharing between those. Could you, and the mayor, I think, testified that some hundreds of thousands of dollars may be transferred as a result of those revenue sharing arrangements. Do you have any thought, or have you begun to look at the sorts of revenues that might be realized due to the changes in the industrial agreement revenue sharing arrangements?
Our ballpark estimate is for between 500 and 600,000.
All right, and Mr. Torneski, this is the, is this a map showing, wait, up on the screen, and I think this is now marked as Exhibit D, City Exhibit D. Is that a map of the Martinsville Industrial Park?
Yes, it is.
And you had mentioned that you were still working on calculating the revenue sharing ramifications when it came to this map. Can you tell us why that has taken a little additional time?
I know the memorandum of understanding was agreed that this property would be included. It took a bit of research from our city attorney, going back through to look at actual to determine which of the properties were actually within the Martinsville Industrial Park, and that took quite a bit of research. So I believe all of that was resolved just in the last several.
Full credit. County did its own research as well, so I think there was a lot of effort on that, so I'm glad we've now got the format. Do you have an opinion of, oh, I'm sorry. So this, and I'm just trying to remember back to the previous, one of the previous maps where we showed the industrial properties. Is Martinsville, although it's called Martinsville Industrial Park, is it in Martinsville or is it in Henry County?
It's actually in Henry County.
And can you orient us just somewhat to where it's located in the county?
This property is located due south of the city. There was Martin Speedway that's just kind of off the edge of this map, just right below that. So actually, the industrial, this property is pretty much all around where Martin Speedway is located, but to the south of the city.
Great, thank you. And do you have, from the city's perspective, an opinion on when the city would like to see reversion take place?
I do, and again, as the mayor testified, I would likewise include that I believe July 1, 2022. Several reasons for that. As it was noted, we began this current process almost a year and a half ago. So at that time, the target date of July 1, 2022 was mentioned. So there's been some, from the beginning, some 2.5, 3 years that's been discussed. Just from a governmental standpoint, that's, I would refer to it as a clean date. Obviously, with July 1 being the end of the fiscal year, beginning of the next fiscal year, obviously from a budgeting and accounting standpoint, it makes for a very clean break in terms of financials, auditing, and so forth. It's in between school terms, obviously, so that's been a benefit rather than having to make changes in the middle of the school year. With the mediation that occurred this spring that led to the memorandum of understanding that was approved by both city and the county, that led to the voluntary settlement agreement that we looked at, that again has been approved by both the city and the county. If you look at the major provisions that we've discussed regarding schools, the constitutional offices, functions, courts, and all that, I think that's been worked out. We've what those issues are, and we've come to a conclusion of how those issues need to be handled. So that heavy lifting has been done at this point. What remains, obviously, is some of the details of transferring records and files. Certainly don't want to minimize or trivialize in any manner that amount of work that has to occur. But at this point, the framework has been set in place, the big issues have been resolved. And those types of issues are what remains to be done. And I'm not sure delaying is going to create any substantial benefit. Certainly puts the city going through another year of financial issues to deal with. I think with the work that's been done to this point, MOU, the voluntary settlement agreement, much of the work has been done. It's just a matter now of committing to making it happen, getting the right folks in the room that can determine what files need to be transferred, what records need to shift back and forth, and basically making it happen.
Thank you. Last question. In your opinion, the city manager, maybe not last question. One other question on timing. Thank you. In terms of the annexation moratorium and the revenue sharing modifications, what does adding another year to this process mean?
Well, obviously, it shifts that entire schedule back of the year. It's with the effective date of reversion, that revenue sharing could begin, so that removes that from the table, that additional revenue the city or the town would. So it basically pushes that back a year.
Now, as city manager, what's your view on whether the voluntary settlement agreement is in the best interest of Martinsville-Henry County and the Commonwealth of Virginia?
I think it is. Given the grand scheme of things, Martinsville-Henry County is not a large community compared to other areas of the state. If we look at how we operate, how the city operates, and how the county operates, there's a lot of duplication of services, whether it's schools, whether it's constitutional functions, courts. And I think we've shown that by combining those, there are some efficiencies to be gained by doing that, that would then better allow resources currently used to be used for other purposes. So there's certainly, I think, some advantages. You know, we're one community. What's good for the county is good for the city. What's good for the city. I think this vision that has been portrayed for many years, quite frankly, I'm not sure there's much logic behind that. And I think as a community, as more town, the county consolidating, combining services and eliminating the duplication of some of these services, I think we're going to be far better off in the long run.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions for the witness, but Mr. Carroll had, and certainly members of the commission.
And just as a technical matter, time update, it's 12:19.
Would the commission like to break now for lunch? And then we can do questions after we come back?
Yeah.
Does that sound okay? That'd be okay? Okay. So do you really, do we want an hour or do we want to try an hour?
I think we're going to need an hour and a half based on some logistical matters.
Okay, okay. So we will meet back here in an hour and a half, which will be
The 1:49.
1:49. The commission will come back from recess and we want to proceed with additional questions.
Yes, thank you. I just have a few.
Take your time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Twinsky. Just a few questions following up on the direct examination. There was some discussion concerning fund balance during your testimony. The fund balance, perhaps even the unassigned fund balance, and the use thereof during your testimony. Is it your understanding from the knowledge of the city's budgeting and then actual expenditures that while it budgets conservatively, as you said, to utilize fund balancing in the budgeting process, it frequently outperforms what it is budgeted and doesn't use as much fund balance, if any, through the actual expenditure appropriation process?
Yeah, that's correct. Typically, through our budgeting process, at the end of the year, we go through the audit process. Generally, what we find is that expenditures are less than anticipated and revenues are slightly more than anticipated. And then through the audit process, that ends up in a fund balance or a balance flowing back into the city's unrestricted.
In fiscal year 2020, and I believe Mr. Stoker testified earlier, discussed this. Is it your understanding for FY 2020, based on the audited figures, that indeed there was a net positive in the fund balance you added to the fund balance during that fiscal year?
That's correct.
And he mentioned in his cover letter an amount of 3.8 million roughly. And I know his included proprietary funds, but does that figure sound right for the? I'm happy to show you this in the FY 2020 budget. I'm sorry, audited financial report for the city. It indicates from governmental funds, and I know there was some concern about the distinction between proprietary funds and governmental funds for the commissioners, that there was a positive of 1.7 million in the governmental funds with regard to the unassigned fund balance. Does that sound appropriate to you?
That was added back.
Yes, sir.
That sounds reasonable.
And then in your financial report for fiscal year 2020, there is a chart towards the end, table 8, page 178, which shows a trend line for fund balance. And it appears from this chart, I'm happy to show it to you, I'll bring it to you in just one second, that the use of the fund balance dipped low in 2011, but since then you've been able to maintain above your 10% allotment since that day. Does that sound correct to you?
It fluctuates around the 10% as we balance the budget. We sometimes have to pull from that fund balance, which pulls it below the 10%. And then as we get through the end of the year through the audit process, and as I mentioned, expenditures for the most part are less than budgeted revenues. Sometimes that difference adds back to that fund balance, which then pushes it back above that 20%. Kind of fluctuates back and forth.
Would it be fair to say that during the past decade or so, you've been able to stay above that 10% figure? At the end of the fiscal year, maybe I should put it that way.
I would say right around that number, but we've had a few years where it's been right at basically 10% of the general fund budget. I think this past year, and I know there was some conversation earlier about CARES funding and what we did, and I know us, like many localities, in the early part of calendar year 2020, which was the latter part of that fiscal year, we essentially shut down as much as we could expenditures that obviously impacted to a significant extent what happened with the fund balance as the audit for FY 20 was done.
And it also impacted, like you say, your expenditures for fiscal year 2020.
Yes.
And indeed, you did reduce capital expenditures, reduce excess expenditures where you could to deal with COVID-19.
That is correct.
And that would be reflected in the FY20.
Yes.
I mean, you're more than welcome to look at this chart I was looking at if you'd like. It reflects exactly what you testified to. I said I would show it to you. I didn't want to deprive you. I want to clear up something about tax rates. I understand that when Robinson Farmer Cox did their 2019 study, the tax rate for the city of Martinsville was $1.621, 1.0621. Is that correct? And I understand due to reassessment, property values in Martinsville increased, and city council therefore elected to reduce the real estate tax rather than take the additional revenue.
That is correct.
And so now it is $1.04. And what is the personal property tax, not the machinery and tools tax, but personal property tax rate in the city?
Personal property, I believe, is 185. I think M&D might be 230.
Have either of those changed?
No.
If Robinson Farmer Cox put it the other way at 230 for personal property and
Yeah, I have to go. It's one of the other
Okay.
two numbers. Yeah.
Fair enough. There's been testimony, both from you and from the mayor, that Martinsville has been considering reversion for decades. And obviously, when you showed up at the city in 1980, there was an expectation that it might happen in that time frame. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it continued to be considered. 2012, I believe there was a vote of city council, there's been testimony about this, where it failed 3-2.
Mhm.
And then it came up again for consideration in 2018, correct?
Right.
And then in September of 2020 is when the county first received notice of the city's intent, the same notice filed with the commission of the city's intent to revert.
I think that's correct, although I think at the council's meeting at the end of 2019,
Maybe to December 29th.
yeah, it was a public vote, so it had been discussed prior to that, so.
Okay, and you're right, there was a vote, I believe it was December 10, I may be off on that date, but December 10, 2019, to authorize going forward with it, but the notice and the plan contained in the notice wasn't filed until September of 2020. And the county responded in opposition at that point for engaging in discussions with the city. And then the MOU was negotiated in late April, and the voluntary settlement agreement was finally approved by both governing bodies here just shortly. And now the process is still not over, correct? We have to go through the commission and obtain the commission's input on the voluntary settlement agreement. And the special court will also have input. So it's fair to say that the process is not yet complete.
That's correct.
And I think that's what the Harvest Foundation said when they decided to hold off on approving funding. And would it be fair to say that at least in reporting in the local media, there has been some political opposition arising from certain quarters, perhaps the schools within the city?
That would be fair to say.
Okay.
Yes.
So again, not every I is dotted and T is crossed on how reversion is going to play out. Would you agree with that?
To a certain extent, I think as we've discussed today, the key issues is outlined in the MOU. So it identifies and outlines the key issues. To your comments, there's still a good work to be done.
Again, the Commission on Local Government can make modifications to the agreement, which the two parties agree to accept or reject.
That's correct.
And the special court can give an up or a down on whether it believes it's in the best interest of the Commonwealth. And indeed, the city will have an opportunity, if it so chooses, to opt out of this agreement at that point.
That is correct. City council does get the it goes through the process.
You mentioned earlier that the heavy lifting had been done referring to the documents. But you would agree, would you not, that the county is going to have to engage in a number of different activities, tasks, in order to simply take over the operations that it is assuming responsibility for its new service obligations.
I would tend to agree with that. Obviously, constitutional functions are to the county that there would be questions about how does that happen, what files are transferred, when are they transferred, what's the space needs related to combining facilities, particularly if you're adding personnel. So I would agree with that.
I think that's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Commissioners, if anyone would like to ask any questions, but I'll ask Mr. Amix because I have not, during the morning hearing. Mr. Amix, do you have any questions, Commissioner? I don't know if you can hear me. Commissioner Amix, do you have any questions?
No, I do not.
Okay, all right, great. And I'll open it up.
I have some questions. So, a few things. Can you, explain to me what the Henry County Public Service Authority is and what its functions are and related? I thought it was a utility, but maybe I'm wrong.
I may have to defer to Mr. Hall on that. Henry County Public Service Authority is the organization that runs the water, sewer, utilities for the county.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, fair enough.
And do you buy your water from the county then, or do you have your own treatment?
City of Martinsville has its own water and sewer.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Linderman, just for your information, Mr. Hall, who I believe will be the next witness, is the executive director of the PSA. If you have any
Okay, great.
questions.
I'll ask the question there. And public works background, so my questions are gonna be more related to that. So roads, the town will continue to maintain the street system?
Yes, the city currently maintains its own street system through maintenance payments that it receives from the state after reversion of the duty.
Okay, and does that, do you budget that such that that's all you spend on streets, or do you use that general fund money to
We try to budget exactly to match street maintenance expenditures with the maintenance payments that we get from the state. Recent years, we haven't been able to fully keep up with street road maintenance needs based on the funding that we get from the state. Bridge repairs, paving, issues like that continues, the cost continues to escalate. And if you're familiar, you know, the maintenance payments have kept up with how those prices have escalated.
some of the other services I'm familiar with fleet, do you contract for fleet services? Or do
No,
you
we have our own
have your own?
garage.
And does the county have their own garage too?
I believe they do to a certain extent.
Okay. So is that a potential for consolidation, or will they still?
We haven't talked about that. It, could be. I mean, I could see where there may be stuff about sharing. But we haven't discussed that.
Okay.
We have a fairly large fleet as does the large.
Sure. Yeah, I'm sure you. And was that a city facility that wasn't on the map, or was it part of one of those?
My supervisor.
Yeah.
I don't believe it was on that.
I remember seeing it.
It's located kind of east of here. It's the city's entire warehouse and garage complex. That's where the city garage is located. We do all the school bus maintenance, for example. All the utilities are based out of that garage complex. We have our own purchasing, storage of equipment, materials.
And is that an internal service then?
It is.
Is that the only internal service? Are you have buildings? Do you run buildings as internal service?
Building maintenance is handled, for example, city municipal budget for maintenance out of the city municipal building. So it's handled out of whatever the different budget accounts are related to who owns and who operates those buildings.
I have one more.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No,
Solid waste. You collect,
We do.
and I've asked the county, but do they collect? They don't collect.
They do collect. Years ago, the city owned, operated, ran its own landfill. The landfill closed in 2005. We contracted with, at that time, a local provider, First Piedmont Corporation in this area to construct and operate a transfer station located at the city's landfill site. We entered into a long-term contract for that, and the city collects its waste, carries it to the transfer station. We're basically treated or handled as a customer at that transfer station. Our agreement with First Piedmont is mirrored into the agreement with the county, likewise use that transfer station.
And is that is there a fee for service?
It is.
Okay. And that's just part of the general fund?
Well, in the city's case, refuse is its own fund. It's handled as an enterprise fund. So
Oh, it is handled as an enterprise. Okay.
So our collection rates and fees are all structured so that that fund operates on positive.
One more question?
Yeah.
You talked about the parks. Do you now have a contract with the YMCA? Know what I'm saying?
We contract with the YMCA for handling the functions that normally handle Parks and Rec directors. I mentioned we previously had our own Parks and Rec office with the Parks and Rec director, secretary, a small staff. The individual that was performing that work moved to another position that left that position open. At that point, we had some discussions with the YMCA about would they be interested in taking over, for example, youth sports activities and things like that. And after some conversation, we entered into a contractual arrangement with the YMCA. So we contract with them annually, and they perform the functions that you might expect from a typical Parks and Rec office. They handle the youth teams, all that.
But not the maintenance of it.
No, we still take care of it.
That's what I was concerned about. Yes. Okay. I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so what kind of businesses are in the industrial park?
Oh, golly, Tim, you're gonna have to help on that one. The Patriot Center would be, it's a variety of different business, industry, and industrial. And the Patriot Center, which is one of the county's industrial parks, it's, I guess some furniture, Nautica is out, whatever they call now, is out there. Eastman, a lot of fairly large industry in the Henry County or the Martinsville Industrial Park that we talked about. Some similar entities, I guess Drake Extrusions is out there.
I guess the main thing I was asking, the reason I was asking was, is the income, the revenue from these businesses, is it pretty consistent, or would the revenue from these businesses be more of a seasonal basis?
As far as the revenue from the businesses in the industrial park, I can't answer that question. That would be something we can. The revenue that the town would receive for the changes that were made to the revenue sharing agreement, that would be consistent, fairly consistent.
Okay. When I was looking at, because that's what I was doing over here a while ago, is I was checking about, I have an educational background, so I was looking for the required local efforts and as far as the LCI and how much you all were having to spend above your required local effort. And it looks like you all were having to spend quite a bit above your required local effort to pay your, what you're paying out in the school systems. And I was just wondering, is that mostly capital improvements, buildings?
No, I mean, there is some debt related to some capital improvements done to the schools a few years back. I think that's mostly operational.
Okay, but that would mean the duplication of staff and that type of thing. You're having to cover certain positions because you are a school, or that would be gone now, and you wouldn't have to pay that. So I was just trying to figure out why it was so much higher than the counties, and that would explain it. I don't think I have any other questions right now. Thank you.
I got a couple of questions. Hey, good afternoon. I guess my question is, I'd like to ask about the demographics of the area. I understand you got a shrinking population. What's the makeup of this community?
As far as racial composition of the, looking for some help. 52, 48.
It's very close.
Pretty close to 50.
And And the reason I'm asking that is because in most of the school systems are going to combine, most of the school systems have urban, and you'll consider urban school systems here. So you're going to have people who are in the city because of the services. And what I'm trying to find out is who's going to fall through the cracks doing this reversion. Because they're going to have higher, you're going to have achievement gap issues, you're going to have free lunch issues, you're going to have those issues. That's why the cost is a lot different most of the time between counties and cities, is because of those differences. And so those are the kind of questions I'd like to ask. And those cause the community to stress. And in this reversion, what is being applied or is happening so that those communities are not left behind? As we are here today, there's no one of color here but me around this table. And so I'm just trying to ask this question so that those communities will hear and feel like they're represented during this process. And what outreach have you done into those communities so that they will know that this reversion is taking place?
I think earlier, one of the questions related to the comprehensive studies that the city and county have agreed to participate in, and I think we outlined some of the issues that we hope that study would look into, and certainly racial, economic equity was mentioned, educational equality was mentioned, efficient use of buildings. So our hope is that study looks into and addresses those types of issues that you mentioned.
Is there a definitive number right now on the achievement gap in the urban school system versus the county school system?
I don't have that information. It may very well be, but I don't have that information.
I have a question about schools. So you talked at length about how the City of Martinsville School District would dissolve upon reversion. Is there a difference between resolving and then maybe consolidating in your mind? Are those two different words?
I think it is. It's dissolving under the conditions of reversion basically means the system ceases to exist at that point, completely dissolved. Consolidation or combining would be where you have two partners, two equal partners that are combining into one situation. We've talked about consolidation here before. That hasn't happened under reversion. City school system is statutorily dissolved.
Okay, so when y'all were going through the VSA, did y'all talk about consolidating as an option, or?
No.
I have a couple questions. Okay, I just want to make sure. I'd like to first focus on the constitutional officers. So, and their employees. So there are 5 constitutional officers. If reversion happens, we know that all 5 of them will be eliminated. Not them personally, their positions. How many employees are under those 5 offices? You know?
I think looking at all of the constitutional functions, which would include the sheriff's department, the circuit court clerk, court attorney, commissioner of revenue, treasurer, maybe one other that I'm missing.
Registrar.
The registrar is fairly small. Commissioner of revenue, several employees, as we mentioned, the town would keep several of those employees. The treasurer's functions would be actually brought over, so no one prepared. In the clerk's office, it's my understanding that there's already been some conversation between potentially transferring employees between clerk's offices. The city clerk's office has a number of clerks with many, many years of experience. That would be, I think, an asset to the county. Probably the biggest impact could potentially be the sheriff's department, which are about 50 to 60 employees. So all total, that constitutional pool would be, my guess is somewhere in the 70 to 80 employee range. The majority of those would be sheriff's employees. And as we noted back during some of the questions that I was responding to, The sheriffs have been authorized to negotiate those matters related to the transition of city sheriff responsibilities over to the county. One issue that's particularly impactful to us at the moment is the fact that Henry County is building a new jail. That may come up later in some conversation. And there is going to be a substantial staffing need for that jail. That jail is under construction and actually nearing completion. I believe the plan is for that to go online sometime next year. So an issue that is particularly critical to us right now regarding that is that as staffing needs are addressed for the new jail, kind of an easy target for employees is employees that currently run the city, sheriff, and jail operation. And of course, if that happens, then there's some issues, there's going to be some problems that's created on the city side. Because if those employees decide to move to the county jail to avoid potentially losing a job, the city sheriff's ceases to exist, and that's leaving our jail in a very tenuous position with lack of employees and ability to basically function as we need to. So that's something that really needs to be ironed out and negotiated between the sheriff. But to add back to your question, I think all total is maybe 70 to 80 employees. And again, the hope is that by combining facilities, combining operations, that most of those employees can be brought over to the county to fill the need for those staffing positions due to the increased services.
Yeah. I think the only, not really the only, but the concern would be, they are elected constitutional officers, so they really don't, they can choose who they want to choose, that.
Absolutely.
So it really, in the big scheme of things, we could potentially say, kind of worst case is 80 people would be without a job, potential.
I don't think it would be quite that, again, because we're going to bring over the treasurer's functions, several of the functions of the Commissioner of Revenue's office. There are some employees that can actually retire, that are talking about and may consider retirement.
Well, you're actually going where I wanted to go with this. So let's just say it's 50 employees. How many total employees with the city of Martinsville? And I should know this, but I don't know.
Under the jurisdiction of the city manager, not counting constitutional, it's about 220, 230. Adding the constitutionals in, we're about
300.
give or take.
So almost 20% of the workforce. Has any consideration been given for trying, and maybe you can't answer this, but I'm going to ask it, any consideration for some early retirement incentives to help some folks? And if you can't answer that, you don't have to.
Sure, nothing definitive at this point. We actually are having those discussions, conversations now about situations wherein they make those jobs. But nothing definitive has been concluded yet.
Okay, I think that's kind of what I was trying to get to, which was a sense of the total employment, the total number in constitutional officers, and really thinking about those folks that may be 1 to 5 years out. And then this, this is outside of their control. And that there's no guarantee from another constitutional officer that will bring you one. So I think that is something to think about. I have another question, but, I may have seen this and I apologize, but if there are no areas, that's not the best word, areas for citizens to do business in the city of Martinsville, if reversion happens, what is the travel burden for them to get to the county? And if y'all say it's right across the street, I apologize. So if reversion goes through and you have a Martinsville city person who likes to pay their taxes in person, how far will it be for them to go do that in Henry County?
I would say literally from the city municipal building to the county administration building would be a mile and a half, maybe 2 miles.
Driving?
It may be a 10-minute drive.
Okay, and again, I probably should have known that, but I just want to have that.
It's one of the maps that was introduced, had the county courthouse on it. The county administration building is right next door to the county courthouse.
Perfect, thank you. Can I ask a clarifying question? Because I'm not sure if I got this. So you talked about and there would be a special election prior to reversion if it happens for the city. Did you say that the districts would be redrawn and Henry and the city of Martinsville will add another board seat? Or I think I really misinterpreted all that on the governance implications.
Obviously, when the park comes to town, the property of the town then becomes part of the county. Currently, the county is divided into districts, and supervisors elected from each of those districts. Divided. Those districts will have to be redrawn to equalize population and so forth. And it will add another seat, so the districts will change, and there will have to be elections to fill these seats. And as mentioned, one seat on the board and the county school board has to be from within the entire boundary of the town of Morton. So there will be that element of representation on the county board of supervisors and the county school board.
That's exactly what I was hoping.
But it won't be the boundary of the city.
It could be, not necessarily, ultimately. that
Probably
would
be
up
harder to
the-
balance
to the
population
county,
with that.
but it could be mostly the boundary, and it may follow some of the existing boundary of the city.
The only thing I would just add to what Mr. Trinsky said is, it will be one boundary, or one district within the former city. The county has staggered election cycles for its members of the board of supervisors, and so we're not anticipating special elections for all those districts necessarily. It kind of depends on how the redistricting plays out and where the effective date of reversion falls with regard to the next election cycle. You'll see in the voluntary settlement agreement, there's a reference to appointments of vacancies in accordance with the Virginia law, if that's the case. So we're on this side, we don't believe there's going to be a special election except for perhaps for one seat.
Thank you.
And one other point of clarification, I don't think there's a seat added. I think it's the same number of seats.
Well, that was up in the, actually,
Okay.
that was not established. That was going to be up to the board of supervisors to determine whether to add a seat or a portion. So the only thing that's set in stone is that one full seat will be within the former city.
There's 6 seats now. So it almost seems logical to add a 7th, and that would be mostly in the city, or would be all in the city by the agreement. But in theory, the board could say, no, we'll keep 6
Or 8.
1, or we'll go to 8.
Because they might like being even. So I mean, there's, yeah.
If I may ask a follow-up question to that, the agreement, if I recall correctly, has language that says that the district that's within the limits of the city would be entirely within the limits of the city. Is there, and I did redistricting for Henrico County years ago, so just want to make sure that from a population density standpoint, is there a possibility that that limitation could become difficult to attain, whereby
In 20 years, it could become impossible. Yes, and we did account for that in the agreement where we had some language that says, to the extent basically permitted by law, because we understand because of demographic issues and population issues, it may become a point in time when you have to extend beyond the boundaries if the population in Martinsville continues. to
Okay.
decline.
thank you, I missed that, so I appreciate that.
That was the purpose of the language. It may not have been as clear as we intended.
I'd like to jump on the question that Madam Chair led to about the employees for the city of Martinsville. How many employees does the city school board employ?
Don't have that exact number, I think 300, give or take.
That's fine.
Oh, sorry, is that 300?
Let us take some notes for a second. Y'all were all very helpful.
And we do have a complete breakdown of how many employees are in each department.
And I
We can
probably have
provide
it
to you.
somewhere in all
It's
this.
somewhere in there,
But if
but we
we
can
can
also
get it.
send it to you afterwards. That would
Thank
be
you.
helpful.
I have an additional question that's completely outside the scope of what has been discussed already, but I noticed in reviewing the agreement, did not appear to contain any sort of severability clause. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know, maybe there's a particular legal argument for why that's not included, but just out of curiosity from council for both. What was the decision there?
Candidly, I don't know that I thought it was necessary.
Okay.
For the agreement, it seems to, obviously, this body has the ability to make recommendations to change the agreement. The two governing bodies have the ability to accept or not accept those changes. And then the court has the up or down vote that they give the agreement. So I didn't know that severability, I just didn't think it was essential.
Sure. Okay.
Stephen makes a
I
difference.
concur, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Davis, if I may ask a question. So you mentioned way back earlier in the morning when we were going over the budget, the difference and the quantities of which the requests in your budget exceed the revenues for them. Could you in any way quantify how much that is, maybe in percents or in dollars, and compare to maybe, if at all possible, what the county basis, just to see where Martinsville compares in terms of that?
I certainly can't address anything related to the county budget. In regard to the city, I think, as I mentioned, typical for us, this year I would say was somewhat typical. On the general fund side, and the budget, when we get the information from various city departments, and budget requests come in. As I mentioned, typically revenue from all the traditional general fund sources, in this case, this year was right around 28 or 29 million. The requests from everybody, police, fire, EMS, all the various departments, totaled about 33, 34 million. So that's the gap that we refer to, that previously, in some cases, was covered by utility transfers, by transfer fund balance. On the capital side, typically, the utilities, and again, that would be electric, water, sewer, revenues, now telecom. They have the ability, those utilities have the ability to fund their capital internally because of the rate structure and the way those utilities are operating. The general fund capital, which would be police, fire, EMS, other works, the way that capital is funding is typically from meals tax revenue. The primary use of the meals tax revenue is from school debt service. And by the time we take the debt service and back that out, back out other debt service, and I think I mentioned earlier today that when we start to have substantial lists of capital, it's not unusual for us to put package together where we will bid a chunk of capital out in one time, and then we have to pay the debt service. But typically, by the time we subtract off the debt service related to schools, related to other projects, other debt service that we have to cover, there is just simply an insufficient amount of money left over to get the general fund capital needs. This year, I think typical for us, the general fund capital usually runs around $2 million. I think we funded from memory from our budget, I would say maybe 600,000 or 700,000 of that. And that's typical. And basically what that means, and again, that's what it's for an example, if we get a request from the Public Works Department to replace 2 or 3 dump trucks or 4, whatever the number may be, we have to prioritize those trucks as, okay, which of these 4 or 3, which is the absolute worst one, because if we can only replace one, then let's do that. And if we replace that absolute worst one, the other 2 are still there, so next year when we get into the budget, those 2 are on the list, plus now another 1 or 2 that now is needed for replacement. So that list just grows.
And to Claire, just to provide a little, and thank you for your answer, I really appreciate it. The version will free up opportunities for you all to have a flexible general fund budget or one to have more options when it comes to fulfilling those requests.
Yes.
That's all. Thank you. From over.
Question. I have one more question, and I'm not sure if I'll ask this correctly. City of Martinsville has a pre-K program, an entire separate pre-kindergarten program in a separate facility. Okay, it's been a long time for me. Is that required by state law or is that a local option?
That I believe is a local option. That's the, you mentioned the building this morning we were talking about.
Right.
That's Clearview Early Learning Center. Clearview, years ago, it was an elementary school. It's now operating.
And but that is a local option. Am I hearing you all say that?
That is correct.
Does Henry County have that?
Yes, ma'am, we have ours in Virginia preschool initiative classes as well as the ones in the city. They're
Okay.
funded by the state.
So
It's not full funded preschool, it's a grant program.
great. So that would continue after reversion for the children.
Well, we have, like I said, we have a 4-year-old program. I think the city has a 3-year-old program that's fully funded, local, but we have a 3-year-old program.
Okay. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, okay. So that potentially would go away? Okay. Let's take some more notes. Hold on. Okay, can we just be clear about that one more time? So the 3-year-old program would go away. Henry County has a 4-year-old program.
Whether or not the 3-year-old program is continued would be up to the county school.
Well, Henry County School Board, but it's also based on funding completely, that's funding completely by the county. So
Yep.
those main decisions have to be made.
Yep,
So
okay.
Decisions have been made yet, because he's here to say.
I know I'm putting you on the spot, so I appreciate that. I did have one more thing. For your constitutional officers, my guess is the supplements to what is required, let me rephrase that, the required supplements over and above what the COM board reimburses must be a significant amount of money. So that, and you can just, that's not really a question yet. And I'm assuming that you have funded locally only positions within those constitutional officers, whether it's in the sheriff's office only, where you're paying 100% and the COP board's not reimbursing. Is there any way to quantify how much that would save the city when those constitutional offices potentially revert and go away?
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm
I
asking?
do, I
Okay.
understand perfectly what you're saying.
It can, and there's not a big hurry on that, but I would be curious to see the types of savings you would get from that as well.
There are some positions that you mentioned, I know they're not in the sheriff's department entirely funded. In addition to the other constitutional offices and officers, there is, as you know, funding that comes from COP board that covers salaries for those. But in addition, over the years, there have been cases, for example, when the city gives a cost of living raise for all of its employees. And whenever we've done that, we have typically included the Constitution, whether they, are eligible or not, because we all basically work together. So over the years, there's grown, a local contribution has grown as the city's contribution to the constitutional offices as a result of those types of things. But yeah, that number would be fairly easy to put together.
I think that would be interesting and a helpful number. Questions? Commissioner Amix?
No questions.
Okay. Any other questions from staff?
No.
Okay, I think
I
we're good.
have just a few questions on redirect.
Yep.
And I think we'll be done.
Can you tell me, what is the racial composition of city council?
City council is at the moment, 2 African Americans, 3 white.
And was there any African American representation on the negotiating team that worked out the MOU?
Yes, vice mayor.
So that was two of the folks on the negotiating team.
On the negotiating team was our mayor and then our vice chair, Jennifer Bowles.
You heard, Mr. Carroll ask about opposition, from the city schools to reversion. In this reversion process, was the superintendent willing to allow full access to the county, to schools, to city school buildings, during the process to assess needs?
We've heard varying degrees of that. I've heard that was the case, and I've also heard that was not the case.
And is it your understanding that the city superintendent is requiring that he sign off on any information provided to the city or county as part of the reversion process when it comes to how the schools?
That's what we've been told.
And is it your understanding that the city superintendent has refused to allow either of the vendors proposed by the county for a facilities study to conduct that study?
I am not aware of that.
Until reversion becomes effective, do you anticipate that the school division will continue not to cooperate with the process?
I think obviously there is some resistance on behalf of city schools. I mean, they certainly don't want to see that organization go away. We would hope through this process that there is, they would respect the wishes of the local government. Hope that there is cooperation to the degree and to the extent that's necessary to make the transition seamless and as comfortable as it can be made.
And one other last point of clarification. Madam Chair asked about the city-funded positions that were under the constitutional officers and costs to be realized if some of those are eliminated. Would those savings also include benefits? Are the benefits for those folks?
It would.
I don't have any further questions at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, correct statement or two that I made this morning. We were talking about the courts, transfer of documents, and how that might happen. I think I referred to perhaps the Chief Justice overseeing that. Actually, it's the Chief Judge. I meant to say not the Chief Justice. Just wanted to correct that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Unless you have further questions for this witness, that concludes the city's presentation. Mr. Carroll and I were talking beforehand about, as a housekeeping matter, making sure that the record is fulsome. And so, Jeremy, do you want to?
Sure. We were, there have been a handful of maps and exhibits introduced, but obviously the parties have submitted volumes of material, both with the initial notice and response, and we've responded to some requests for information. And Stephen and I just wanted to make sure that everything was appropriately before the commission. Do we need to move it into introduction, the materials that have already been submitted, or are you satisfied as a commission that materials have been submitted to you sufficiently for your consideration? We sometimes get beholden to the way we do things in court.
Exactly.
So we're just trying to make
This
sure
is
we're
right.
covering our bases.
I suppose I'll answer to some degree on that. Anything that was shared by council with the commission, whether it was the original notice, the county's response, all of the additional materials that have been filed in the last several weeks has been shared with the commissioners. I understand you mailed them at our request to the home mailing address of all of our commissioners, and then also sent 8 copies to the commission's office. We've provided those materials to the commissioners that are at the dais. So I believe we have an accounting of.
Just want to make sure that there's nothing that we need to do to make sure they work properly.
And no, but just as a, I guess, to be somewhat redundant, there were a number of questions that have been asked during these proceedings that I think if the parties could coordinate on a response within a reasonable amount of time.
Oh, certainly. I did not mean to imply that that was the universal data. We will certainly get you the additional data.
Thank you.
And then the maps that we submitted, I didn't hear any opposition to their being included as exhibits. So I thought that would be helpful for the record as well.
Certainly.
And is the record still being kept open until the 16th?
That's correct. Yeah. Yeah, or it's, I think it's the 16th, it's whatever date is in our public notes, but I think that's right.
And the other bookkeeping matter I would bring up, Madam Chair, is I think Mr. Peagrass and I would both agree the city's evidence went swifter than we probably had anticipated. So we were prepared to introduce Mr. Hall's testimony today if needed, and we certainly can do that now. But that was where we kind of saw the day coming to an end if we even got this far. So I just wanted to give the commission kind of where we were on the evidence, if that's acceptable.
Yeah, if the commission is okay, we could take about a 10-minute break like we did today, and then we can have that testimony entered. That would be fantastic. Is that okay with everyone? Yeah. Yeah.
One question.
Yes.
So is there anybody was somebody here came through the table, said they was going to counter tomorrow?
Well, they're only going to do the one witness today, and they have access to the recording, and then the rest of their witnesses will be tomorrow.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, if it's obviously up to the discretion of the commission, but that's, what we were going to propose to do.
Yeah, because we have planned from 9 to 5. Does that work for everyone? Okay, so let's take a 10-minute break.
So I have 241, so 251.
And then we'll do that. We're gonna go ahead and get this started. So I hope I'm saying this correctly. So the city of Martinsville has ended their presentation of testimony. So thank you very much. We're gonna let Henry County go, Mr. Carroll, and you're gonna call one witness this afternoon. We'll recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, and then you'll ask your other witnesses.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure, actually, I'm saying that for myself, but also for the members of the public. So I will turn it over to you. Thank you.
Henry County calls Tim Hall.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hall. How are you?
Doing well.
Could you please state your name for the commission?
Hi, my name is Tim Hall. I'm the Henry County Administrator.
How long have you been the Henry County Administrator?
I've been administrator since August of 2012. I became employed by the county in 1998, originally as a public information officer. 2002, transitioned to deputy county administrator, and then 2012 became county administrator.
In 1998, when you joined the county staff, were you new to the area?
No, sir. My family moved here from Southwest Virginia in 1969. I was 10 years old. Moved to the city of Martinsville on Owens Road, which we thought was named for my father, who was named Owen. So that worked out pretty well. Became a student in the city school system in 1969. Attended Patrick Henry Elementary, what was then Martinsville Junior High School, and then graduated in 1977 from Martinsville High School.
As county administrator, you've been intimately involved in the county's response to reversion. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In many ways, you've been the county's point person.
I've been part of the team, yes, sir.
While you've been part of the team, ultimately you take your cues from the board of supervisors. They're the head of the team.
That's correct.
And they selected you to be part of the negotiating team for what first was the MOU and then ultimately turned into the voluntary settlement.
That's correct.
And who else was on that team with you?
Our board chairman, Jim Adams, our vice chair, Debbie Buchanan, myself, George Lyle, our county attorney, and we would bring in periodically others as part of that team, both our deputy county administrator, Bill Wagner, and also our director of finance, Darrell Jones, as part of that team.
In September of 2020, you received notice of the city of Martinsville intent to revert to town status. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you reviewed that document with your board supervisors and other members of the team.
That's correct.
Was the county, to the best of your recollection, was the team concerned about the way in which the city proposed to carry out reversion?
I'd say we absolutely were concerned, yes.
Did you express those concerns in the response that the county filed in November?
Yes, we did. The responses came from our board chair, Jim Adams, but they were outlined in that response, yes.
And did the response propose changes to the city's plan for reversion to bring it into what the city believed would be compliance with Virginia law?
Yes, we did.
Now, ultimately, the county, through the board of supervisors and the team we've described, decided to engage in those negotiations rather than litigating over the contents of the notice and response. To the best of your understanding, what was the reason for that decision?
It was trying to make the best of a bad situation. Reversion, as it is codified, as the process is codified, makes no effort to bring county government or county citizens into that process. In fact, we're expressly prohibited from being part of that process. The county over the last several years, as part of its budgetary process, and it's also part of its legislative agenda that we give to our representatives in the General Assembly, we asked for some legislative action that would allow counties or county citizens, or at least city citizens, to have some impact on that decision. That request for litigation never got out of subcommittee, to my knowledge.
You said request for litigation. I think you meant legislation.
Legislation, yeah. We don't want to ask for litigation.
We're trying to avoid that.
That's part of the process. That's correct. We wanted some legislation that we felt would balance the playing field for both localities and the citizens of both localities to play a part in this process. And that did not get any.
In the absence of that legislation, were you seeking to establish some degree of control of the process and the outcome?
By negotiating, absolutely. Negotiation may lead to a bad taste. Litigation and forcible process by the court system could be a lot worse than that. And it was really just trying to make a decision on what was the least problematic process for our citizens.
The negotiations began, and we don't want to get into the substance of the negotiations as those were all confidential, but they began around the time of the filing of the notice. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
And culminated with a mediation on April 28th and 29th.
That's correct.
The outcome of that was, of course, the MOU, which the parties have negotiated.
That's correct.
The MOU was approved by the Board of Supervisors.
It was by 4-2 vote.
And that was the vote here in this room with the joint meeting with City Council.
That's correct.
The MOU required the development of the voluntary settlement agreement.
That's correct.
Answer audibly.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And it too was approved by a 4-2 vote of the Board of Supervisors.
That's correct.
And that was August 24th.
That's correct.
Before we get into the details of the voluntary settlement agreement, we'll come back to that. I want to talk a little bit about the two communities. Can you describe your understanding as having been a resident for as long as you've been a resident? What is the economic history of these two communities and how's it developed over time?
We traditionally, in my lifetime, we're a textile and furniture company, locality. In the heyday of those two industries here, odds were that if you owned a sweatshirt or you owned a dining room table, it was made right here in Martinsville-Henry County. Our folks were proud to do that work. They were good at it. Some changes came along on the federal level that made it easier to offshore that process. And I remember vividly a day in Fielddale when Pillowtex, which made high quality towels, had 1,100 employees on a Monday. On a Tuesday, they had 0. And to stand in that community, and ironically, it was pouring rain, but to stand there and watch the agony of those folks knowing I may not be able to pay my mortgage. I may not be able to feed my children. I may not be able to buy them school clothes. Literally from one day to the next. That image in that community of the rain and their employees and the politicians who would come to try to make it better, but couldn't, is indelible.
And was DuPont another major manufacturer that was impacted?
DuPont was the employer of choice here when I was growing up. One of the significant producers of nylon in the world. One of the urban legends was always that when at the end of World War II, when there were some confiscated papers of the Nazi Germany hierarchy that they had placed on there, if they ever got over here to attack us on our soil, that our DuPont plant was on their list to attack because of the nylon that went into parachutes. So we always told that. DuPont, more than really the others probably, helped to create a middle class that provided adequate, if not superior, employment, but it also provided Little League baseball coaches. It also provided Sunday school teachers. It also provided a middle management layer that every community has to have. And then once that went away, that middle class went. In a sense, we've been swimming upstream ever since.
And the loss of that economic background of that middle class, that was felt both by the city and the county. That was not unique to one locality.
Oh, absolutely not. Each of these corporate behemoths that we had at one point employed city, county. DuPont brought buses in from Patrick County and from Franklin County with employees on. So this was clearly a regional economy, a regional effort, as well as a regional impact.
Since that downturn, how has Henry County, and if you know, how has Martinsville attempted to revive its economy? In what fashion have they attempted to do so?
We learned a lesson, we meaning, I can't speak for the city, but for the county. We learned a lesson in the problem of having 1,100 people in one basket. Because if that goes away, that's a severe impact. So we have made a conscious effort, we meaning the city, the county, and the EDC, to recruit companies that may not have 1,100 jobs. They may have 100, and we'll take 10 of those. Because if market shifts, one of those is impacted, the others can hold up the local economy. So we've made a conscious effort to go for fewer employees, but more extensive capital investment, which trickle down causes you to be able to give money to schools and the parks and to economic development, again, to regenerate that effort. So we try to do it that way.
And are those economic development efforts reflected in the types of businesses and industries that are located in your industrial parks?
They are, just off the top of my head, trying to see the map in my head, the Patriot Center, which is the county's oldest business park, and which abuts the city of Martinsville. We have Eastman, which is our #1 employer. They have 4 different facilities now in Martinsville-Henry County. They employ about 800 people. We have VF, Sara Lee, Nautica. There's a company called ICF, which does back office work. For instance, if you buy an Energy Star refrigerator, you're going to get a call from someone here in Henry County to kick off your the process of doing your rebate through Energy Star, that sort of thing. So we made a conscious effort to diversify. There is still somewhat significant furniture production here. Bassett Furniture still has a plant here, and they produce product out of their Patriot Center building. So at one point, we had about 75% making their living in manufacturing. That is probably down to about 20 to 25% now. So we've made an effort and been somewhat successful. You're never pleased, but we've made an effort to diversify.
And that effort's ongoing at the newest industrial park down on the North Carolina border.
Absolutely. That's Commonwealth Crossing Business Center. I think you've seen some reference to that. It sits hard on the North Carolina line. In fact, if you go into the park, you actually enter it from North Carolina. We have 2 announced projects there. Our first was Press Glass, which is a Polish company that makes glass. The facility here makes glass for large use. Skyscrapers, hotels. If you flown through the Charlotte airport, their whole glass new terminal, that was all made by Press Glass. They kind of fit with what we're trying to do. They're going to hire about 125 folks, but their investment was over $43 million, when in fact that was their committed investment. They're actually over $55 million at this point. So they've been up and running for about a year and a half. Back in the spring, we made an announcement of the largest single-day investment in the history of Henry County. That was a company called Crown Holdings. Crown makes beverage cans, and I would almost guarantee that in your home you have a can with Crown's logo on it. They make it not under their own name. They make it for Coke, Pepsi, Budweiser, Coors. Not that I'm saying you have any of those. But their investment was $135 million, and we expect that they will go north of that investment by the time they're done. They anticipate opening their facility probably first quarter, maybe early second quarter of 2022.
While things have turned from an economic development perspective, is it fair to say, however, that Henry County confronts many of the same demographic headwinds we've heard the mayor speak of for the city and city manager speak of?
I would say that's accurate. Yes, sir. You know, first of all, the jobs are open to whomever's qualified to take them. There is no, we don't check your utility bill to see where you live. The companies want to hire the best people they can possibly hire. But I think while we have worked hard, we're still swimming upstream in a little bit of a definition. I think this is not a case of have versus have not. This is really a case of have not versus have not. You know, nobody's getting out of the Tesla when they pull up to the county administration.
Speaking to some of those demographic trends, what has been the recent trend with regard to county population? And you may have the 2020 census data there.
We've trended downward, and I can share the actual numbers. The 2010 and 2020 census count shows Henry County losing 5.9% of the population from 2010 to 2020. In hard numbers, that's taking us from 54,000 151 people to 50,948 people, drop of just over 3,200. And on the city side, their population also is down, not quite as badly as the counties, but it's projected to be down 2.4% over that same period.
Are you familiar with the Weldon Cooper Center?
Yes, sir.
And do they publish projections of where they anticipate localities' populations to trend over time? Oh, you're fine. We'll wait for you.
Yes, sir, I'm familiar with those.
Based on your review of the most recent Weldon Cooper data, where do you see where do they see, I should say, population trends for the city and county heading?
Weldon Cooper sees the county's population in 2025 dropping to 48,875. In another 10 years, 2035, county population dropping to 44,418. 2045, another drop projected to 39,728. And for the city of Martinsville, 2025, I'm sorry, population is projected at 12,287. In 2035, a drop to 10,806. In 2045, a drop to 9,271.
And while the population is expected to decline over time, what has been the trend with regard to the age of that population?
It's getting older. The average age in Henry County is in probably 65, 67, which is considerably higher than the state average.
And how about unemployment in the county?
Unemployment now, pre-COVID, we were about 4.5%, which was close to the state average. We went through COVID and everything skyrocketed. Coming out of COVID, county's latest one was about 5.3%, which is above the state average.
And are you familiar, if you don't know the number, but are you familiar relatively with the city's unemployment?
I think relatively speaking, the cities is a little higher than the counties.
And back to the age for a second. Does an aging population reflect in reduced revenues?
It does, because they are basically, they're not working, they're not producing payroll tax, that sort of thing. They don't require your services for education, but they're more likely to require your services for health and wellness and healthcare.
And with regard to household incomes, can you tell the commission what the trends have been there?
Yes, sir. Again, kind of like our unemployment numbers, we are not doing well with that. Our household income is probably $25,000 to $27,000 a year. The state average is about 40, so we're well below that.
So again, have-nots and have-nots.
That's right.
Getting together, as you described.
Yes.
Based on those demographics. So turning to reversion, now, after having looked at the condition of the two localities briefly, what is your understanding of the service obligations? And I know there are quite a few of them, so I'll help you along if you miss any, but the service obligations that will flow through to the county.
We take over school systems. This is not a consolidation of school systems. This would be the city per code stops educating, and we have to start educating our students.
You become responsible for the school-age population in the town of Martinsville.
That's correct. We also take on all the constitutional officer duties. That comes over to us without any recourse.
Treasurer, commissioner,
Treasurer, commissioner, sheriff's office, court system, all of the above.
Registrar and elections?
Registrar, elections, which will most likely necessitate redrawing of districts, which could take some time to make that equitable.
Now, with regard to any of the ones you just discussed, just referenced, are there any consolidated functions between the county and city as to those service obligations?
To those specific ones?
Yes. Now, we will also be taking over, the county will also be taking over responsibility for social services and the health department.
Fully taking over, yes.
Those are currently serviced jointly between the city and the county.
That's correct.
So we'll be taking over the other half of the operations that they have.
That's correct.
So for the first set of services, that is not just a change in funding source. That is, the county assumes responsibility through a constitutional officer or through the school board or through your office for the provision of those services.
that is absorbing extra duty, extra services that need to be provided.
I will be clear, that this is not a function of the voluntary settlement agreement. This is a function of reversion.
That's correct.
So we approach the voluntary settlement agreement trying to even out as best we can the impacts from those services.
We're trying to mitigate as best we can the impact on the taxpayer, because every penny we spend comes from the taxpayer.
Broadly, when you consider these service obligations and reversion, and I know we retained a certified financial planner, or certified government finance officer, sorry, who will testify tomorrow. But based on your understanding of her analysis and your own experience, what do you understand to be the impact on the fiscal condition? I'm not talking to the penny, but just how's it from your understanding going to impact the county?
Our evaluation, as well as Ms. Shawver's, as you referenced, will be here tomorrow. We think there'll be an 8-cent tax increase on the backs of the county citizens to get us where we need to be.
Yeah, with an 8-cent tax increase, what I'm hearing then, as we unpack that a little bit, is there's going to be an increase in expenditures that are not going to be covered by whatever revenues you're going to gain from reversion. Is that your understanding? So the service obligations that we talked about, those are going to entail certain expenditures that you're going to have to cover.
That's correct.
And of course, the county will obtain new revenue from its new taxpayers in the town.
That's correct.
Is it your understanding, though, that those new revenues will not be sufficient to satisfy all those service obligations?
This will not be a revenue neutral transaction. We will need additional revenue to provide the services that we're required to provide.
Above and beyond those service obligations, are there other costs and expenses that you anticipate the county will have to incur, rather than not just the cost of providing the service, but getting ready to provide this?
Right. We work out of the county administration building, which is a 4-story building. First 2 floors are some county staff. There's some constitutional staff. Second floor is primarily county staff, with the exception of the Public Service Authority. And I know there was a question about that earlier. Henry County and the Public Service Authority are 2 separate organizations. Both report to their respective boards, which are separate. There are a handful of us that work for both. Myself and about 3 or 4 others work for both the county and for the PSA. But the county provides no funding to the PSA. The PSA is strictly based on the revenue it generates from its customers. So there's really no cross-pollination of finances there. But that's on the second floor. Most of the second floor is county function. The entire 3rd floor is the Henry County School Board office. And then the 4th floor in our building is administrative offices, IT, our joint 911 center is on the 4th floor. I guess what I'm trying to say is we're full.
I say, do you have a lot of empty space to take on?
We do not. We're full. And we try to handle our expenses and our requirements as well as we can, but we're full in that building.
With the new service obligations, is one of the matters you're going to have to address how to carry out those functions from a personnel standpoint? Tell the commission a little bit about how you see any studies you need to conduct, or how you would go about determining what personnel you need.
In my opinion, the worst thing we could do is to plow ahead with ready, fire, aim approach. I think ready, aim, fire is the better way to do it. We will have to add personnel. I'm not sure how much or how many. I'm not sure where to put them. We have the ability to use some of the city space if we need to. We don't think that's very efficient. We're hopeful that we can mitigate the use of that, because particularly for a constitutional officer who has people in 2 different localities, it's hard to manage that flow. But our building is tight. If we do have to make some arrangements, and we already have engaged an outside entity to try to study the space required, we've made that commitment to do that. And he has studied some of that, and he will also be with us tomorrow. But we know that we're most likely, if not completely likely, some building upfits will have to be done. Some relocation of offices will have to be done to make it as efficient as possible. And we hope to do that again as easily on the back of the taxpayer as we can do.
Do you believe certain studies will need to be conducted in order to determine how to use your spaces?
I think absolutely. A study by an engineer or several engineers or an engineering firm is the best way to figure out where to put offices. I'm not a structural engineer. I wouldn't want to have that job. So we have taken the proactive stance to hire a firm to do that for us. But we need to see what that says before we jump in and start making wholesale changes that you may or may not have to make after that study is.
We'll go back to personnel for a second. If you determine, or when you determine what you need with regard to additional personnel, what happens at that point when it comes to bringing them on to assist with your new service operations?
We want to hire the best people possible, the best people available. But again, like any other hiring, you want to take the time to make sure you get the right fit, the right people. So there'll be a process to hire, there'll be a process to interview, there'll be a process to bring on to our system, how we do things in the county system. There'll be a learning curve for anybody that comes in for that. So we think that'll be a process that takes time.
County is not pulling employees or prospective employees from a defined set or defined.
We want the best people possible, no matter where they come from.
One of the, and we'll get to the voluntary settlement agreement in a bit, but one of the items you are receiving from the voluntary settlement agreement is personal property. You need to undertake an assessment to determine how you're going to utilize that, and how best to incorporate it into your operation.
Any personal property that comes in needs to be blended with what's already there. And that could be an IT function. That could be a financial software function. There are all sorts of things that have to fit together. They have to be seamless. And it takes a while to figure out how to do that and how to do it efficiently and effectively.
Have you had the opportunity to assess the compatibility of the IT functions that will be coming over from the city?
I think there's been some tentative or some initial conversations. But again, you really don't know until you know exactly what you're getting, and more so when you're getting it. That plays into the role as well.
Have there been discussions about data migration and bringing on particularly treasurer or commissioner?
I think there have been discussions. Most of those will be through the constitutional officers. I think I've been told correctly that there's some differences in the way that city's commissioner of revenue tracks data and the system that they use with what the county uses. So there may be some speed bumps there that would have to be encountered.
We talked about potential staffing and space needs with regard to the service obligations you're taking on. But in your back office operations, as I refer to them, the things that you're already doing in the county administration building, you foresee a need to expand some of those operations?
Perhaps, probably, likely, as we begin to study it, that may become evident on its own. But we have done some tentative looking and conversation between staffs and IT directors and that sort of thing as perhaps the magnitude.
If you're bringing on new employees, might you need additional HR staff to manage those employees?
Whenever you bring in people, there's a whole process that you have to go through. And absolutely, the more people that we bring on, if it becomes apparent that you need personnel to manage that flow, then that's not something you can just stop. You have to process that as it comes through.
All while this is going on, you, of course, will be engaged in your normal county administrator duties. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We all have day jobs, and those encounter 40 to 50 to 60 hours a week sometimes. And I mean, that's what we do. That's why we're here. We do that. But to add an additional layer of work to this depth, it's going to be hard to pile onto that 50 or 60 hours a week. Not to mention the fact that we've got a pandemic going on, and that's had a huge impact on how we work in the county. I'm sure it has under Mr. Tornitzky's staff as well. So this is not something that we can devote 100% of our time and energy to, because we have to run a county and all of that comes with it, in addition to doing the additional work.
Have you considered potentially bringing on some type of a project manager to coordinate these functions?
We have internally, we've had that discussion among staff about hiring a transition coordinator, if you will, who would manage the process for us. But that probably would be a position that also has other functions within county government. So I don't anticipate if we hire that person that they will be solely devoted to the process of reversion and the logistics. Primarily, yes, solely, probably not.
Right.
So, yeah, that is a consideration that we're going to probably do.
That position was not in the current budget.
No, it is not.
Talked a little bit about some potential studies of facilities. Are any of those studies in the current budget?
No, sir.
Where are you in your budgeting timeframe for 2021, 2022?
We monitor every month revenues and expenditures. We get those reports on a regular basis. Traditionally, in what would be a normal year, we would begin our budget deliberation with our budget team, probably end of December, 1st of January. We produce a recommended budget to the Board of Supervisors in April, and then it's acted on and implemented by July 1. That's an average year. Considering the heavy lift that we would have in front of us now, we would probably start that work soon, probably this fall.
And so initially, what types of functions, I think we just talked about them, would you be looking to include in the budgeting process for the 2022, 2023 fiscal year?
Specific to reversion?
Yes, sir.
Determining how much personnel we need, what new personnel we need, where to bring them in on our salary scale, whether there's a facility study that shows us that we need to expand offices or relocate offices to make it more efficient. That would be part of this.
Would the project manager be part of this?
The project manager would be part of that as well, yes, sir.
And so those studies would take some time to perform. If they began at the beginning of the 2022, 2023 fiscal year, any idea how long it would take to perform those studies?
I've never pretended to be an engineer. I'll probably call Leon because he's an engineer. But I think it would be several months to get into that process, get it put down to paper, and then allow us to interpret it probably a little longer than that.
When you get the studies, you have to figure out how to implement those studies.
You have to figure out how to pay for them, whatever the suggestions are for the study result. You have to figure out how that's going to be paid for, what's it going to cost.
If you obtain the results of studies, say in early January 2023, you're then in your budgeting process for the next year. Is that, do you then budget to begin to implement the process of reversion?
We will keep an eye on it all the way through, but I think to be effective, if we truly want the studies to mean something, and that I would include the school study to be part of this as well. Do we want to do them, or do we want to do them and have them mean something? And if we want them to mean something, I think a start date of July 1, 2023 is probably optimistic. I think we may need to go deeper than that if we truly want to have the studies play out and to figure out what we can implement from those studies.
Well, if you, depending again on what the studies show, if you get those in January 2023, how would you be able to implement those findings in 6 months of those studies?
Well, in January 23, we would be knee deep in the next budget. So that would require a lot of work, a lot of renovation on whatever you've already done for that budget. And it may take longer than that to implement. And again, we want to implement it in a way that's going to be effective. We need to do that and give it the time.
The issues, the areas that will be impacted are not only your offices, of course. There are going to be other impacts as well, the jails, the schools, which you talked about, of course. Have you begun to consider, I think you testified that you've been in contact with an architect or engineer, but have you begun to consider options for adjusting your spaces to accommodate reversion?
We have, we spitball them, I guess.
Yeah, nothing set in stone.
That's right.
And certainly no formal facility study.
That's
or
right.
Space needs assessment.
But just within the administration building, the third floor is completely used by the school board. Perhaps they should be relocated to another building to consolidate their efforts, make it more accessible for the town residents to access. That frees up room in our office building that we can move some things around. If we have to add personnel in treasurer's office or the commissioner of revenue's office, those are on the first floor of our building. There is no room left in those offices. So any additional personnel would have to be, the office would probably have to be either configured in a way to cram everybody together or to figure out a place to put them. The registrar's office is on our first floor. They have no additional room. So as they take on the extra responsibilities of districts and elections, they would need more room than we have to give them at this.
Are there other potential uses of the first floor that could be moved or relocated?
There are, we host the Virginia Tech Extension Office. It's not part of the county, but we play host to them. They're on our first floor. That's really the only outside other than the registrar's office that is on our first floor. The rest of our first floor is commercial revenue and trade.
And by moving the extension or registrar, you would at least give space for those two constitutional.
It could possibly free up space for those two, yes, sir.
And again, the areas impacted are not limited to your office. Have you spitballed, as you say, some of the possibilities with the courts?
The courthouse is problematic in one specific area, in the general district arm of the courthouse. There's only one courtroom, to my understanding. So as those duties are expanded, that would be problematic. And there would have to be some accommodation made for that level of court. I'm not an attorney. I don't truthfully spend a lot of time in the courthouse. So I understand that that court in particular is tight on space, and it would need some extra space to accommodate the extra duty.
Have any options been discussed for trying to find room for an additional courtroom?
I think within the courthouse, the options are limited. So there would be perhaps new construction adjacent to that, or some reconfiguration, or something else on the campus that could be used for that function.
When you say on the campus, you mean relocating certain uses or
Right.
groups?
I should probably explain that. Within our footprint, there's the county administration building. Adjacent but not connected to us is the county jail, and the sheriff's office, which is in a separate building from the jail. Just down the hill a little bit is the courthouse. So we're all basically within 200 yards of each other, but there's no connectivity from a physical standpoint.
And you mentioned the sheriff. Have you had any, again, high-level discussions about how to address the sheriff's office?
We have,
Let me back up a second. Get your knowledge of the sheriff's office. Is there room in the sheriff's office as it currently stands to take on new staff?
no.
Explain that to them.
Maybe I can back up a little bit and try to take a run at this. Our jail, the current county jail was built in 1974. It was initially certified for 67 beds. At some point subsequently, we were able to double bump some of that, and we got up to about 120 beds. We average 185 people in that jail. So you can tell that some folks aren't getting a bed. So we tried to hold off on the construction of a new jail for as long as we could. We found out through the sheriff's office and discussions with the State Department of Corrections that we could no longer wait. So the county embarked on a process to build a new jail, a 400-bed jail that is under construction now, should be open for clients probably in spring of 2022. So we are getting closer to opening that facility. I mentioned that in our own jail, we generally have 175 to 180, sometimes higher bodies in our jail. We also outsource inmates. We outsource on an average 120, 130 inmates to other localities. And we pay a per diem for that privilege. So in building our jail to the roughly 400 bed facility capacity, it was our plan, instead of spending $1 million a year to outsource inmates, which is what we average, we would no longer have to outsource inmates. We could house our own inmates. Plus, we would be able to bring in inmates from other localities to generate somewhat of a revenue stream to help out operations. That was our plan when we began the process. Subsequently, with reversion and us having to take over the correctional responsibilities of the city, of the new town, that is out the window. As we absorb the city's inmates, we will be at full capacity essentially from day one, which prohibits us from bringing in outside inmates to generate revenue to help pay for our new facility. So we will save $1 million a year on outsourcing. We will not make any money on insourcing. And that was a vital component of our plan.
Sticking with the campus, another office you may be familiar with is the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office. In your discussions with the Commonwealth's Attorney, do you believe there's sufficient space for expanded operations there?
I think he would have to add staff, and I think in adding staff, he would need new space.
And is relocating his office one of the spitball concepts that has been considered at a high level?
It was considered. I think it would be a bad idea because one, he's in the courthouse now. That's where the court functions are. And again, if he's got attorneys that are working outside of his office space, that brings up again the question of inefficiency of managing two offices.
I want to circle back on one thing. You mentioned the use of the city space and potential inefficiencies. What do you see about using the city space for a prolonged period of time being inefficient?
It's just the cost of running two physical spaces. It's the cost of running literally back and forth. If you have staff that's shared, they have to go back and forth to perform their function based on where they're sitting. Can you manage that in a short term if you have to? Absolutely. Is it good policy over a longer term? I would say that it's not.
The 8-cent tax increase you testified to earlier. What is the current tax rate for Henry County?
Real estate is 55.5 cents per $100.
So we're talking north of 10%.
It would be in double digit tax increase, yes.
And just to make sure we're understanding, that is the tax increase that is anticipated for dealing with the new service obligation.
That's correct.
Some of the larger potential changes to your spacing, if there requires renovations or the acquisition of new buildings, that may require the incurring of debt and even additional taxes on top of that.
That's correct. Generally, one-time expenses like construction expenses, you would try to manage with one-time money. If we were able to do that, we would. If we would have to borrow money for those functions, then that's what we would have to do.
And again, you don't know what your needs are until you conduct those studies.
We need to see what the study says we need to do. That's why you do study.
Can you pull up the voluntary settlement agreement? I think you have a copy of that, I believe, Mr. Hall. As we discussed, the county's obviously participated in the negotiation of and has approved this voluntary settlement agreement.
Yes, sir.
I would say, would you mind scrolling to section 3? Start there. I know you've testified that the city space is not an ideal long-term solution, and perhaps not efficient, but it is available to you under the agreement.
Yes, sir.
And it's available to the city, to the county for which functions?
Basically, the constitutional office's functions would be eligible for participation.
And the courts.
And the courts, yes.
And with constitutional officers, I assume you're including, and I know this is a section, of the courts are section 4, but the jail is also in section 3. The jail and the sheriff is part of what that's going to Constitution. So you do have, under the voluntary settlement agreement, access to those facilities, should you need it.
That's correct.
So do you consider that to be a potential benefit to the county?
And the fact that we have access to it, and may potentially have access to it, yes.
Moving on to section 4, okay. And this we already touched on, but this is the general, access to the general district court and the clerk's office.
That's correct.
And that is, I believe, the court you testified was the most problematic in the county.
That's correct.
Is, to your recollection, is that why we included that in this agreement?
Yes.
Go back to 306, please. And this is just one example of how personal property is treated under the agreement. Is it your understanding that personal property is going to convey to the county at no cost?
Yes.
And that would apply to personal property of the constitutional officers. We'll see this in a moment. Schools as well.
That's correct.
And the sheriff, although I guess he's covering the constitutional officers. Scroll through to 5, please. As we talked about, obviously the schools will dissolve and Henry County Public Schools will take over. Will the Henry County Public Schools obtain any school buildings for that purpose?
Yes, it's part of the, voluntary service and voluntary agreement. The Henry County School Board would receive Albert Harris Elementary, Martinsville Middle School, and Martinsville High School.
And what is to happen with the other city school buildings?
Those are to remain with the city, and by agreement, they will be used for some taxable interest that will generate revenue for the county.
And that will also be a residual benefit to the county because it'll.
That's correct.
Go to your tax dollars.
That's correct.
There's also a study called for in section 5. The study, first opportunity will be for the Harvest Foundation to fund it, though there are potentially other funding options for the study. Do you see the study as a benefit to the county?
Absolutely. It will enable us to, in the best way possible, blend the city school population in with the county school population. I think everybody's best interest is to provide the best educational process for everybody. And I think this study will allow us to do that.
Must the study be completed in sufficient time to be reviewed and then to take its recommendations into account for it to be of value to the county?
I think a study that is not finished and evaluated is of no value to anyone.
If reversion were to be completed in July 1, 2022, would such a study be completed in sufficient time to allow the county to take its recommendations into account?
In my opinion, absolutely not.
Moving forward to 6.01 and 6.02, bottom of page 12. In 6.01, that is the provision whereby the county assumes responsibility for the remainder. What is currently jointly operated as the social services and the health department.
That's correct. County would take 100% of both of them.
There is a reference at the end of 6.01 to an agreement for facility cost agreement. And I just wanted to call your attention to that. That agreement would be voided because the city or town would no longer have any responsibility.
That's correct.
And looking down at 6.02, does the county obtain a benefit from this agreement, given the city's commitment to continue to fund these regional organizations?
Absolutely.
And how do you?
Well, it doesn't force the county to pay 100% of the cost. These entities that the city's graciously agreed to continue to fund, they benefit everybody. And the fact that the city will bear the town will bear some of that cost is a benefit to all of us.
And among those organizations that are going to be funded are the 911 Dispatch Center and the Regional Library. I know there are others, but those are two of them.
That's correct.
And referenced at the end of section 6.02 are agreements that would remain in place following the reversion to memorialize that continued.
That's correct. Any agreement with a continuing joint effort would remain in place.
And I Mr. Koenig, these are documents that I kind of was referencing earlier as far as they're in your possession. We can add them as additional exhibits now, but since they're in your possession, I'm fine. I just wanted to give you some explanation of why we're treating them the way we're treating them in the agreement. Section 6.04, is that another considerable benefit to the city as you see it? Frankly, it's a benefit to both, just because it's a benefit to, and I said city, I meant county, but it's a benefit to both. You heard the city manager and the mayor both discuss it as a benefit to the city.
I absolutely believe it is, and I also think, you know, the county, it may be probably not well understood, but the county provides urban services as well. We have water and sewer authority. We used to have a completely voluntary EMT service, EMS service. We've gone to a paid service to complement the number of volunteers, so we provide that. We don't provide curbside pickup, but we provide 8 convenience centers scattered about the county that take household solid waste, that take recyclables. Those are strategically located to touch the corners of the county. So we provide some urban services as well. But I do think it's for everybody's benefit, particularly the city's MyNet service, I think is particularly robust. We take advantage of that in the Patriot Center Business Park as well as in our administration building. So we use the city's MyNet services, and they're very, very good at what they do with that.
We move to section 8 and section 9, and we'll discuss these collectively. Section 9 at the bottom of page 14 deals with the annexation moratorium for 10 years from the effective date of reversion. Can you explain the benefit to the county of that provision?
That's a huge benefit to the county because we're able to somewhat know what the impacts will be with regard to the absorption of county residents, county property. The code calls for 2 years. We think that 10 years is a terrific number for us because it kind of defines where we will be in the next 10 years. And we're hopeful that in the 10 years, we all have sufficient growth that this will not be an issue in 10 years. But at least it buys us time to hold on to what we have and to see how things can grow from this point to that.
You touched on this already, but the prime areas around the town that might be subject to annexation, the county already provides urban services in those areas.
That's correct.
And in the industrial areas that surround the town, Patriot Center, Martinsville Industrial Park, does the town or the city provide urban services in those areas?
Yes, sir.
We saw the map of the Martinsville Industrial Park earlier. We don't need to call it up, but under the voluntary settlement agreement, how will tax revenues from the Martinsville Industrial Park be treated following reversion in exchange for the annexation?
The Martinsville Industrial Park property, as has been said earlier, we had a hard time defining that because the records were not clear. County staff and city staff worked very well together to put a fence around that, if you will, so we could figure out what it was. Martinsville Industrial Park will be absorbed into the Patriot Center revenue sharing agreement. And roughly, when everything gets equal, roughly 2/3, 1/3 revenue, 2/3 to the county, 1/3 to the city/town.
And that's the way Commonwealth Crossing is structured?
2/3, 1/3, yes, sir.
And obviously the way Patriot Center is currently structured.
That's right.
And that split, 2/3, 1/3, will remain in place even after the expiration of the annexation.
It's my understanding as long as the revenue sharing agreements are in place, that will be the ratio.
It'll be pooled for that purpose.
That's correct.
Section 1104. Section 1104, Mr. Hall, deals with the general disposition of liabilities and assets, as its heading indicates. Under the first sentence, is that a significant benefit to?
Absolutely. The town will retain its debt. That's a huge benefit to the county.
Second. Mr. Hall, mostly finished. In conclusion, though, can you explain as best you can to the commission why you think a later date, July 1, 2023, or July 1, 2024, is needed for the effective date of reversion, given its impact on the county?
We have one chance to get this right. I think Mr. Carroll introduced earlier, the sheer size of this process is larger than any other that the Commonwealth has ever seen. So if we have one chance to get it right, let's take the time to get it right. I think the worst thing that we can do is to rush into something of this magnitude and of this commitment if we're not 100% sure that the path we are on is the appropriate path. And if that takes a little longer than perhaps the city wants, I think that's a price that needs to be considered when you consider the holistic approach here. We get one shot. We get one shot to put these, to merge these two cars into the interstate. Any shortcut of that procedure, any short thought out process toward that conclusion, I think has the potential of a disastrous result. It was referenced earlier that a lot of the heavy lifting has been done. It has, but we cannot lose sight of the fact that there are 8,000 school students out there who need to understand where they might be going to school, and it might be different than where they go right now. Their parents need to understand that. This is a process that people need to understand and grasp. And I think any shortcutting of that process to meet a deadline of what could be 6 months, it could be fewer than 6 months. To have studies done, have them evaluated, have them quantified, have them put into play, at least initially, I think it's a wrong approach to rush through that in 6 months or fewer, because we got one shot.
What do you say, Mr. Hall, though, to the testimony that some of this has been coming down at us since at least 2018, or at least since the 2019 vote or the 2020 notice, or since the August 24 voluntary settlement agreement?
Well, as we heard earlier today, there was discussion of this in 1982. There was discussion of this in 2012. There was discussion of this finally in 2018. At what point would the county be expected to jump in and start working? If we jumped in 1982, that's a lot of money we've spent and nothing's happened. If we jumped into it in 2012 with the understanding of the preparation that this was imminent, we'd still be waiting. We think we have done what's in the best interest of the county taxpayer. This is clearly going to happen. Reversion is going to happen. The county cannot stop this train. And once the city filed, we knew that it was on. It was time to get to work. And that's what we did. We hired a financial consultant, we hired an engineer. But to say that we should have known this was coming, there were a couple of fits and starts along the way. And had we started at that point, that would have been money wasted on the backs of the county tax.
And the details are, while we believe they can be finalized, there are other organizations that have a role here at the commission.
There are still chances, and we all heard earlier that this is not finished. We have taken the opportunity to start on our side because we think the process will play out this time, clearly. But there's a chance that it won't. That's not up to us. Unfortunately, that's not up to the county or the county residents. We have no say in that. But what we do have a say in is how we spend our citizens' money. And we think that we started at the appropriate time. We think it's the worst thing that we could do would be to rush to a conclusion, because I'm concerned how that will impact our residents.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Please answer any questions Mr. Peepgrass with the commission has.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hall.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Just a few questions for you, and then some points of clarification. The first is to the jail. I think you mentioned that the new jail's under construction, and there's an old jail facility, and that's very close to the current county administration building, correct? So when that jail, and the sheriff and the prisoners and all move to the new jail, then that facility will be opened up as available space. Is that correct? And I believe you also said that on day one, because of taking in city prisoners, the jail will be full, the new jail will be full. And so there won't be an opportunity to house prisoners from out of county earning revenue from that. The city jail and mental annex, though, are being made available if the county would like to use those, correct?
That's correct.
I want to talk just a little bit about the county's governmental funds. There, as of June 30th of 2020, there was a fund balance of almost 108 million. Is that correct?
180 million? Not sure. We have an uncommitted fund balance and a committed fund balance. We separate those.
Okay, so then how much is
Roughly, uncommitted is roughly 30 million. Committed is probably a little bit more than that. They're probably combined 60, 65.
And so the uncommitted fund balance is 30 million.
Yes.
And I believe it's been reported that you've said that reversion will cost about $5 million this budget cycle. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was this budget cycle as opposed to a future budget cycle.
That's correct. Yeah, we budget a year at a time.
Right. So is that was already then in this year's budget? The $5 million that you just.
We did not budget specifically for reversion costs. No, sir.
But you planned for that 5 million.
That's correct. Yeah. And fund balances are we try to avoid ongoing expenses out of that one-time pot. We try to focus on one-time expenses.
And is there typically an annual money left over in that in that fund balance?
It's grown essentially every year for the last 5 or 6 years at least. Yes.
And in the last year, do you recall how much was there?
I think it was roughly 29.
At the end of your testimony, Mr. Carroll had asked you about those old discussions about reversion, 1983, and I think in 2012. In neither of those cases, though, was there an actual vote to revert, was there?
No, sir.
And that did happen in December of 2019.
That's correct.
And the city had been corresponding with the county about reversion even in 2018 leading up to that 2019.
There was some informal discussion, yes. Or communication, I should say.
Other than the functions that are consolidated within the VSA, were there other functions that you consider consolidating as well?
That we would consider?
Yes.
Off the top of my head, I cannot think of any that were approached or considered. Excuse me. Hard water.
Mr. Carroll also, I think, pointed out a number of different provisions in the VSA that talk about making records available to Henry County. And one example, I think the one that he had pulled up was 3.07, which dealt with the records of constitutional officers. And it said the city was to make those records available to the county at least 6 months before the effective date of reversion. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
And that was a provision that the county negotiated with the city, wasn't it?
That's correct.
And that was in order so that the county could begin preparing for reversion.
To begin the transition.
You talked also about the school study. The school study can be conducted after the reversion has occurred, can't it?
It can, in my opinion, it makes it rather ineffective.
The new county school board and school division can consider the results of that study in making a decision as to how to allocate students to particular school buildings, can't it?
That's completely the purview of the county school. Yes.
And I'm going to wait for further questions on that until Ms. Fair, Dr. Fair has an opportunity to talk. You talked about the 10-year annexation period. And I think Mr. Carroll asked you about the importance of that period. And I think the word you used to describe it was tremendously important. If the county is able to push things back, push the reversion date back by a year or 2 years, as you've suggested, then that 10-year period becomes 11 years, 12 years, doesn't it?
Yeah, the agreement, I believe, says 10 years after the effective date.
And the county doesn't have to begin sharing revenue from those revenue sharing agreements until the effective date.
That's correct.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Questions from the commissioners? I have a few, please. So I absolutely appreciate that you're coming into this, not by choice, but by need. So please don't get any of my questions.
Sure.
You talked a lot about one-term costs, and then there's long-term costs.
Sure.
And my simplistic view of reversion is that there's a savings in long-term costs. Do you agree with that?
Define long-term. I mean,
Well, and keeping the same level of service, right?
well, there's been some discussion about the duplicity of services.
Right.
And how that will save money. That won't save money for the county because we're still providing those same services. In fact, we're absorbing other aspects of the service.
But there's more revenue coming into the county.
There is more revenue coming.
And you would, I guess my simplistic model is that if that revenue is covering some duplicative services, then the cost of you incurring those services now should go down, even though you're going to get maybe the same revenue. Not sure if that's wrong, but again, simplicity.
Our projections show that there'll be a net loss to us from providing those services during the short term. How that plays out long term, we haven't played it out long term.
Okay.
If you define long term as 15, 20, 30 years.
I was thinking more
right.
10 years.
But there will be one-time costs, and those will go away. But the operational costs, I think, will continue, and I think it'll be a while before those become revenue neutral.
And you haven't, I don't think you yet come up to, you talked about, there was a $5 million number, I'm sorry, about potential for the short-term cost.
Right.
And that's really a shot in the dark, so.
That's right.
And when you're looking at, let's just say the short and the long term, are you looking at it as by setting a higher standard for the county? And I manage city facilities, and they're not easy. And we're, lots of Band-Aids. As you talk about, having to move constitutional officer, making new space for offices and stuff that, I'm assuming that you're looking at trying to do the best for the employees of those, wherever your employees are.
Absolutely, the best for employees and the best for the country.
Yeah. Which isn't always achievable.
Sometimes those aren't inclusive.
Just out of curiosity, and maybe this has nothing to do with it, but there's lots of conversations about teleworking, certainly in urban areas. I don't know what the broadband coverage of your community is.
It's really good in the part that's served by the city's MyNet. That's
And
terrific.
I didn't know what MyNet was, so. I'm
Leon, what's the name of it?
It's kind of an acronym for Martinsville.
sorry. Okay. Well, yeah,
It's very
But it's
robust.
the city's fiber optic telecom system.
Okay. And are you expecting with the monies that are coming out of the federal government that, and the state, I should say, probably more so.
We are, we've had an ongoing partnership with the Harvest Foundation and with the city of Martinsville to do a broadband study. Just in the past month, we've agreed to take part with American Electric Power, which is our power provider here, on a project with Patrick County, Franklin County, I think, Serenity County, a regional effort to get hardwire on AEP poles to serve underserved areas. So we just recently signed on for that.
And has there been any conversation on it, it's already, but about employees teleworking now?
We did that substantially during the first part of COVID. We used some of our CARES money to buy laptops that employees could take home and still be part of our system. Several of our departments did that, and that proved to be a huge benefit.
And do you see that continuing? Obviously, what that leads to is less office space essentially.
It possibly could, but it's hard to budget or build on possibles.
Yeah. Do you know how your salaries compare to the Martinsville employees?
General
Particularly, I
County,
guess in the sheriff's office, of those that are gonna.
I think they're fairly comparable.
And the service authority, it doesn't contribute to the county.
No.
Okay, I'm going to now jump to jails. I think the questions that the city had, if you answered some of my questions. The jail construction, a portion of that's funded by, will be funded, reimbursed,
25% is reimbursed.
only 25%.
Yeah, up until about 3 years ago, if it were a regional jail, which is defined by 2 or more localities, the Commonwealth would refund 50% of the cost on certain things, not on the total cost.
Right.
But that was changed by the General Assembly several years ago, so it's still 25%, 25% regardless of the number of localities that are in the partnership.
And maybe you haven't had enough time to study or think about it, but I think the conversation was you have a new jail, it's got 400 beds, you've got an old jail that has 120 beds.
Roughly 120.
And then the city has a jail, I don't know how many beds that they have. And does any of that afford you an opportunity to continue to offer, to outsource to, or to insource, I guess, from other municipalities?
Our current jail facility, we were told by the Department of Corrections, you don't need to have anybody.
Yeah.
That's how bad it was. So I don't think that's a possibility for housing inmates whatsoever. I have not toured the city's facilities, so I wouldn't really speak to their suitability, but certainly we have the access to those if it's efficient and works out for us.
And then I think I have one final question, which really has to do with the ARPA money, and I realize that neither locality has come to a consensus, or your force, the councils have come to a funding use of that money. It makes me think that this reversion, assuming this reversion is going forward, that there ought to be conversation about how that money gets used, because a lot of those things are important to both of them that are eligible.
We're part of a weekly call from the federal government on ARPA regulation. It changes with the weather, to be quite honest. There's some discussion, can we use it for infrastructure, water and sewer, broadband? Yes. Can we use it for economic development, site prep? No, not sure. Maybe, maybe not. Can we use it for this? Well, I don't know. A lot of that is going back and forth. And we, in fact, have relied on some outside information and outside folks to help us maneuver through what we can and what we cannot do. We do have 4 years to spend it. We got our first half in May, we got our second half next May. Generally, we want to spend ARPA money on the county side to make generations change, be that broadband, be that economic development, site development. So we're treading lightly with that money right now until we know definitively what the rules will be. Because Huh?
How much money did you get?
The county got roughly 9.8 million. We got half of that already. And we get the other half next year. I think the city got considerably more than that, but I'm not sure. Their number.
City's had a good deal.
But the worst thing we can do is spend that money inappropriately and then leave it to subsequent administrators to deal with paying that back, which is a distinct possibility if you do not spend it appropriately.
Yeah, sure. I think that's all I got.
Okay. Commissioner Rayner? Yeah. Come to know that what the ADM is in each, with the county and the city.
I can roughly give you a number. I think in the county it's 7,500 kids. In the city, I think it's 1,600, maybe 1,500, I'm not sure. Something in that neighborhood.
Because you were talking about the population and overall going down, and so I suspect you're seeing the same thing with the ADM going down.
I suspect those are projected out, but I haven't seen those.
Yeah. Okay. So with the additional revenue of, and this goes to what I think Commissioner Lindeman was asking, the additional revenue that is coming in, out of those 13,000 plus citizens who are in the city who would become county residents, how many households generally do you figure that is?
I guess I don't have that. I gotta take a guess at that.
Okay, but there will be all that new additional revenue that will be coming to the county. that
There
we don't
will be
know.
revenue coming in, new revenue. Our projections show that it will not cover the additional costs.
That was my question. It will not
It will
cover
not
the
cover the
additional
additional.
cost.
That's right. Which necessitates the taxes.
Correct, I get that. And so those are one, too many questions. Are you having an issue with the skilled workforce?
Just like everybody else. Yes, ma'am.
Because I know with the new technology. Now, I know you have a community college here.
We do.
You have a vocational school or?
We have a terrific community college, Patrick and Henry Community College. They have a very robust workforce training program. And in fact, we have them, whenever we entertain an economic development prospect, they are at the table and they are able to mold a training program specifically to that company. For instance, Eastman, which is our #1 employer, almost 800 employees. Patrick Henry and our EDC set up a film manufacturing college to train employees on how to make window film the way Eastman demands that it be made. And they started that curriculum. It was applicable to virtually any advanced manufacturing except for the last couple of classes that were specifically to Eastman. And the students that went through that program rolled right into Eastman and went to for above average wage.
Are you finding that those classes are getting filled?
Initially, they were filled to the brim. It's kind of waned a little bit in the last 18 months with COVID and its issues. It's hard to staff a lot of places. I think you guys have probably seen that in your own locality. So that's systemic. That's not us. We're hopeful that as the economy rebounds and we continue to be successful with economic development options, that there'll be a bounce back in the number of folks who have the skill set or want to have the skill set that will put them in a job that would pay them above average wage.
Commissioner Amix, did you have any questions?
I had none.
Do you think it's working?
It is.
Commissioner Amix, did you have any questions?
I had none.
I'm gonna ask, yeah, okay. I have a couple questions. In terms of the constitutional officers, have you reached out to the comp board and are they aware of the discussions taking place and what the potential transfer of positions from the city of Martinsville will be to Henry County?
I have not made that connection. I don't know if our constitutional officers have or the cities have.
So we don't know, I guess in your financial projections, part of what we need to be looking at is staffing patterns. And for our constitutional officers, the most minimum standard is going to be what's the comp board going to give us. So we haven't made that connection at this time.
I have not, no.
Has anyone from the city of Martinsville said, what are you going to send Henry County? Okay.
Conversations between, we are aware of conversations between the two Commonwealth's attorney's offices, and I believe the Henry County Commonwealth's attorney asked about that.
Okay. It just would be, that's only the one office, as you know. I mean, you get it.
Sheriffs may have, but I'm not positive.
I mean, at some point, the state compensation board is going to have to make those transfers during the budget process, which will be April 15th of next year. So depending on the schedule, I mean, at this point, I'm thinking logistics. How will you even know what the revenue number is coming from the comp board if they haven't been told and it hasn't been approved and those kinds of things? So that was the first thing. Social services in the health department is a little bit different because that's a quasi-state agency. They know what's been approved. They know what they'll do on their end. I'm assuming there's been some discussions with those departments to say, hey, one day your employees are here, one day they might be in Henry County.
Well, those are self-contained now.
They are,
Yeah.
thank you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's a social services facility and there's a health department facility.
And they're both together. And you've got a regional library, so we don't have to worry about that as well. When you were talking about the systems, and I don't know if my question was answered, are you all operating on the same financial system, on the same anything kind of systems? Have you all even looked at that?
We both use what's called Munis,
Uh-huh.
financial backbone. We're both on that. I think the issue is I think the commissioners of revenue may do something differently. The two offices may do something.
We upgraded the commissioner's software programs to become compatible with Henry County.
Oh, good. Okay, so that's been done. Here's where I'm going with that. If we say that reversion is, and I say we, not the commission, just in general, that the we, they say reversion is July 1, that book from the commissioner's office from the city has to be transferred to your commissioner January 1 in order to know what you have in terms of revenue for July 1st so that you can adopt your budget. That's quick. So what I'm hearing you say is, yes, we've thought about that. We've upgraded the system during this past budget and we could do that, correct? Possible. And I don't know
Yes,
if you
and
can
the
answer that.
DSA requires the transfer of that, the copies of that information 6 months out.
Yes. Yes. I appreciate the study. I love a study. Don't get me wrong. I love a study. But you're treasurer and commissioner and I'm not, the sheriff is a little bit different. Your Commonwealth attorney, they should be able to start running you numbers to say, if we get this additional number of parcels, this is how many the staff is doing now. These are the additional, this is how much staff I would need. That doesn't seem too complex. And you don't really have to respond to that, but I would think there would be some of that going on now with your different offices, your finance, your HR. I hear you say that there has to be at some point some level of economies of scale, and I'm not sure if that was taken into consideration in the financial information from both the city and county. Did we say we're running 2 offices with 10 people, but when we consolidate, we'll only need 8? was that taken into consideration? And I don't expect an answer, but that impacts the financial implications on Henry County if we haven't accounted for economies of scale. If we said we're gonna take everybody except the constitutional officer, that's different. And then this is actually, so I guess I'm just rambling at this point, and I apologize, it's late in the afternoon. My question is really for both parties. Where are the schools? Where are the schools? So I know we have the schools coming tomorrow. This is like the biggest part of the reversion. And if everybody just wants to look at me, that's okay, because that's a great answer too. And I don't know if anyone else had that thought. So we look forward to hearing from schools tomorrow from the county.
I heard this morning that they weren't being.
I know, but.
We can say, without saying anything that took place, the schools were represented at the September negotiation session. And they have not been interested in participating since, on the city side.
Not interested in participating in the negotiation?
Or this process.
They are aware this is happening.
Since that negotiation session.
Yeah.
But yes, as was referenced in testimony, they have been kept up to speed. They have discussed this at their budget meetings. They've had regular briefings. So they know what's going on, but they've chosen on the city side not to participate. Maybe I should say not to cooperate.
Yeah, so I have, I guess, two questions. I guess I'll go with the schools question first. That is, obviously, we've seen in the press that the school board has hired an attorney, potentially considering an injunction on these proceedings. Do you have any additional intel on that? Clearly, they're trying to see if there's a challenge to this.
The last news story I saw on it said they were not considering an injunction or a challenge.
Okay.
And it said that the person who had been hired was just their long-term legal counsel.
Okay.
And that's the most I know about that.
Okay, thank you. My next question shifts into an entirely different direction, if that's okay. I have a question on jails, and I think this question would be both for the county and the city. So it sounds like, from what I'm gathering, there's some capacity issues. To what proportion of the jail populations for the city and the county are state responsible inmates? Well, I'll ask that question first, and then I have a follow-up question on the jail. And you may not have that information, so if you don't, certainly happy to get that information from council at a later time.
I don't know off the top of my head. I know we do have several, but I would typically put a number.
Okay. And for the city, is the city aware of what that may be?
We'll get back to it.
Okay.
With that number.
Okay, thank you. Follow-up question to that as well. It seems lately from a state policy perspective, there's been a push for criminal justice reform, expungement of records with legalization of cannabis, for example. To what degree do the city and the county anticipate reductions in jail populations with these criminal justice reform?
Our Commonwealth attorney will be here tomorrow. That's probably better asked.
Thank you.
How they expect that.
I will say, we did the required community correction study. Before you can build a jail and get state finance, you have to do a study. And even factoring in those considerations, which that started during the Obama administration and some of the things were going on, they still projected, they said, even with a declining population and aging population, the jail, we were only dealing with the county, not the city, but the jail population was steadily rising every year. When right or wrong, morally or ethically, I mean, that's what they projected. They took these factors and they said, you need the smallest jail you should build should be 400 persons. They projected maybe what we build a 400. And I think what maybe wasn't clear in the testimony is that on day one, when you consider their inmates that they have to outsource, our inmates that we have to outsource and that we have in our jail, we will be over capacity on the day we open the jail. Unless we do capital improvements like double bunking or expansion, but we will have there are more than 400 inmates that our two sheriffs are responsible for. That's today.
Is there any regional jail near Tahoe?
Oh, we pay them. That's where we we are not a participant in regional jail, but we pay them a daily fee to house our inmates.
New River Regional
Is it New River?
Blue Ridge.
It's a Blue Ridge Regional right now.
It could be.
I think they're housing
We-
Henry County prisoners now. Don't ask me how I know.
We use Blue Ridge, we use Patrick County sometimes, other sort of Danville City, we shop it like market rate.
It's almost like commodity based. You know,
That's
you
right.
get online every day and figure out where to see.
Can I? Are you
Sure.
good?
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Hall, I guess, and again, it's late and it's been a long day for everybody. Where I was trying to go with the plans and that sort of thing, I love a plan too, but there is a potential that this will take place July 1. And because that's what they've asked for, and then y'all have asked for another year, will you be in a position to pull the trigger?
If we're forced to, if we're forced to, sure.
Yeah,
But
I mean-
will it be the best?
maybe not.
Right. But I mean, if we're told you will do this on X date, then by golly, we'll do it. It may not be done well or effectively or efficiently, but court tells us to do it.
I know that was an odd question, but I say that because when we're in local government, we do what we have to do, you know? And so I'm saying that more for the public, that there is a great way that we could do this from what you're saying and plans and studies and all these sorts of things, but we might not have that opportunity, but there is a commitment on both parties, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, that we will get this done, no matter what.
From the county's perspective, if the court tells us to stand on our head and whistle, we'll do.
And again, that was more for the public, so thank you
And I
for,
can't stand on my head, so get someone else.
thank you for letting me say that. I'm running out of questions, I'm bad at this point.
Can I have a follow-up to that?
Please.
Just- Okay. So, given that, what would be your biggest worry? I mean, and again, it's a very opinionated question, and we're not in a courtroom, so it doesn't really hold any water.
I like to share my opinions.
Good.
My biggest worry is that we rush into this thing and mess it up.
And what does mess up mean to you?
We don't draw school district lines that are appropriate. We don't draw election lines that are appropriate. We rush in and say, yeah, this is the way we should do something. Well, then the study says, no, you probably shouldn't do that. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. Now, if we're told to stomp on the tube, we'll stomp on the tube. But my fear, and I grew up in the city, I worked for the county. My fear is that we have one shot to do this correctly. And if we mess it up, it affects generations.
And I have one more. I'm certain that you're laying groundwork to try to get the General Assembly to provide some funding.
That's correct.
And I'm assuming that you're jointly doing that.
We are.
If I may, and this is in a completely divergent direction, it may not be any easier, but in terms of, as the person here who does try to travel and relevant is really things, I'm deeply sympathetic to what you're saying about ARPA and the teams that are organized, because it does shift. I am deeply sympathetic to that. Do you know, and I guess this is to both the city and county, but I guess for yourself, and I think the answer to this is no, because if it is, you're not very different than many other people. Do you know how much of your county has broadband internet access? And how many people rely on it?
If you look at the state's map,
Yeah.
it shows that we have adequate service. But if you dig down into that, it's inadequate. And that's kind of vague. And Mr. Wagner over there is our IT expert for the broadband study. But the map may show us we have 95% coverage, but it may be at a speed that is so slow and so erratic that if you're sitting at home trying to do, trigonometry or calculus, it doesn't matter. That's right. If you got to dribble out of the faucet, that counts as coverage, but theoretically you can't survive on it.
And could you at all, has the county and the city, to some extent, I think I want to echo what Commissioner Davis is saying about the opportunity for collaboration, where has there been any talks between the parties about that? And if so,
About broadband?
yeah. About that.
Yeah, we have a joint committee that's staffed by the county and city as well as private sector groups. We work well together on that issue.
Forgive me, actually.
No, that's fine.
Again, it's late in the afternoon.
Sure.
I'm here to ask about
Yeah.
those things.
Madam Chairman, I could answer that from the city standpoint. From a broadband access, that doesn't mean number of citizens that have actually accessed it, but from wireless coverage, the city is 100% covered for broadband access. From hardwired fiber optic access, it's somewhere between 15 and 20%. And we're currently looking at ARPA, or it may be shiftable to infrastructure money, or it may come out of the state pot, but we're looking at a 100% build out of the fiber optic network as well. But currently, wireless coverage, we're 100%, and fiber optics 50%.
And may I have one question? One more question. That's the access.
If we may pause, we just lost the network connection, I guess. Or,
Well,
never mind, I'm sorry, I lost connection.
That's fine. Can we say that for the right now?
Am I allowed?
Yeah, it's just David.
Both access at $200 a month is not really access.
Of course.
So it's a both access and affordable.
I'm now curious and.
Sure.
taking track of it. So thank you. I am complete. I'm done.
We talked about the diversity of the city of Martinsville. Can you talk about that better?
County's roughly, I think, 58 to 60% Caucasian, roughly 30% African American. We have a substantial Hispanic population and an Asian population that fills in there.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have one additional question on recross that was raised.
Please.
If you don't mind. You had discussed the 8-cent tax increase, which you said was attributable to reversion. And I think you said, and I know we talked about this previously, that reversion would cost approximately $5 million, at least as a ballpark estimate. How much is the new jail costing?
About 70 million.
And the county didn't raise taxes.
We did. We raised taxes several years ago to cover the debt service on those. So that's been piled up in that time.
And how much was that tax increase?
Oh, they only remember.
Well, over 40.
48.8 to 55.5. Yeah, that's right. Our personal property is at 155.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question before you ask?
You
a
absolutely,
question?
you're in charge.
What's the value of a penny?
A penny on our real estate is about $280,000.
What's the city's? 55 to 60. Thank you.
Just briefly, Mr. Hall, isn't it true, I mean, we talked about the 8-cent tax increase that the county's expert has produced. The city's expert indicated it would be a 5-cent tax increase to cover these. So there is no real debate that the new revenue is not going to be sufficient to cover the expenses for the new service obligation.
That's correct.
And I've heard this $5 million figure. That's not an all-in figure for the cost of reversion.
No.
Indeed, we've talked about substantial renovations, and that would far eclipse that if we end up having to go down that path.
Absolutely.
Studies. And once you have a date, you will begin to budget for those studies that we've talked about.
That's correct.
That's your plan currently.
That's correct.
Thank you. Any other questions? Anything else? Okay, well, we are going to recess. Do I need a motion?
And for the record, I think that would be appropriate.
So I'm gonna ask for a motion in just a second, but we're gonna recess now until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're in the same place. And we'll hear additional testimony from Henry County.
Yes, ma'am.
And anything else I need to say before we wrap up? Okay. Can I have a motion?
to recess until tomorrow morning?
Second. Dr. Johnson, seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passed. Look, I'll get the gavel.